It is on my phone. Let me mute that.
Yeah, we've already got a crowd.
All right. Hello, everybody. I am late. I was just reminded I am late. I literally just ran upstairs and logged on. And let's see here. I just want to share this live stream with one more group. I was eating dinner. That's what I was doing. Wife got off work late and came home and decided to pick up dinner on the way. So guess what I had? I had hot wings. We have a place locally called Wing Warehouse. And so we got 24 wings, split them down the middle. I was only able to eat 8 before I got up here. I didn't have time to finish them all. But they were mighty delicious. How many of you still eat wings on your carnivore diet? Let me know.
I do when I can find clean ones.
Yeah, so I don't know how they cook them. I'm sure they're probably cooked in substances I'd rather not have them cooked in. But I only eat them once in a while. And then the sauce I get it's a spicy Cajun. I think it's just like the Frank's red hot with some Cajun powder mixed in. And because I like things with a little kick to it. So that's what I had. I had some wings, but yeah, they're probably, I'm sure they're got
when I say clean, I'm not talking so much about the oil. It's nearly impossible to find them cleaning them, cooking them in tallow. I think Buffalo Wild Wings might cook theirs in tallow or something. I'm not sure, but we've got an Italian restaurant here in town that they don't have anything on the menu that I can eat. Mm-hmm. That I'm willing to eat, I should say, except wings. So when we go there, and we've only been there once, but when we go there, that's what I go ahead and get the wing. And I will admit they are the best wings I've ever had. I don't know what they're doing different from everybody else, but these things are big, they're plump, and they're delicious. And they don't seem to bother me. Now, with that being said, yesterday my stomach was all upset. It was hurting. And I had some real bad intestinal issues, dietary indiscretion, as my wife would say. And I'm thinking it was from what I ate for breakfast yesterday morning. We were down in College Station for a bow hunters reunion. And they always have the buffet at the hotel, in the morning, and so I go through the thing. And all I can eat is scrambled eggs and the sausage patties they've got, and so I wolfed down a bunch of them. And man, my gut was tore up the rest of the day. I have no idea. Those eggs, they probably were some kind of powdered egg. No telling what was in them. Maybe even a liquid egg. I'm sure they were cooked in seed oils, and the sausage patties were probably full of grains and seed oils and all. There's no telling what was in those sausage patties.
Mm-hmm. But,
yeah, I believe I won't be doing that again anytime soon. It really had my gut tore up.
When you talk about eating out and ordering things that, normally you'd think would be okay, but then you find out that they're tainted. One of the biggest shocks to me years ago, it's been years since I went there, was we went down to IHOP, and I got an omelet, and I think I'm being pretty good. I think I was doing, I think it was a day where it wasn't strict carnivore. It was a little bit of keto, with what was in the omelet. I felt really good about my choices. I was like, oh, I'm glad I was able to eat at IHOP. And then later I found out that they actually mix pancake batter in with their eggs when they make omelets. So it wasn't really pure eggs.
Wow.
And I'm like, why would anybody do this? Like, it's so just wrong.
Yeah.
And so now I know that if you don't want pancake batter in with your eggs in your omelet, you got to ask, hey, please just crack some eggs and make this with real eggs, and that's it.
Yeah, and you make a point. You got to learn to speak up if you really want to try to keep it as clean as you can. You know, now there's only so much they're going to be willing to do for you. Like, you know, you go and you want wings, you can't demand that they go out and buy a bunch of tallow and cook it in tallow just for you. You know, that would be ridiculous. But, you know, if I go to a place and I'm getting an omelet made, I'll ask them, could you please cook that in butter and not in seed oils? And the last place I did it to, they came out and assured me they always cook their omelets in butter. They do not cook them in seed oils. Okay, cool. I appreciate that. Now, something I found out, I don't know if you saw Kerry Mann's video where he loves Texas Roadhouse, and I agree with him. I love it too.
I haven't watched it yet, but I've got some inside info on Texas Roadhouse myself. I've talked about it before.
Well, and we talked about this last week, I believe. But anyways, he went and got a 3-pounder to celebrate his 3-year anniversary on Carnivore. So he got a 3-pounder. And that's what I love about Texas Roadhouse, because you can custom order your steak, which I do every time. I go there and I always get a 2-pounder. And it's surprisingly fairly inexpensive, you know, because I couldn't, for the price I get a 2-pounder there, I can't get that. I can't get a 12-pounder at a fancy joint. So anyhow, what he did is, or what he found out is, you know, like you said the other day, their seasoning has sugar in it. And on top of that, it turns out what they do is they cook their steak over an open flame over a grill, and then they sear it on a flat top using margarine. And so what Kerry does is he asks him, he says, please don't put no seasoning on it and don't put it on a flat top. Just cook it over the open flame and bring it out here. And they have no problem doing that.
Yeah, when I was when I went to Texas Roadhouse at the beginning of my carnivore journey, because they're like, oh, hey, this will be compatible. And when you walk into mine, there's, you know, the hostess station on the left, and then to the right there's the kitchen, and there's a meat case where you can look at all this raw meat on display. But you can look over the meat case and you can actually watch the cooks.
Yep.
And I watched them grab some meat, and they had a silver pan and a ladle, and they took this ladle out and they poured something over the flat top, and they threw the meat right on the flat top. And I asked him, I said, what is that? Is that butter? And I think he said it was rice oil. And so I was like, oh, okay. And then when I was served, I said, you know, I can't have any seed oils. I use that line, I'm allergic. And just cook it on the actual grill portion over the open flame. And then that ended up, you know, bringing the manager out. She's like, who here said that they were allergic? And, you know, because she was afraid I was going to drop dead in the dining room. And, you know, so I don't say that anymore. I mean, I should have known better, but it seemed like a good idea at the time. Yeah.
I'd rather just be honest with them. Tell them, no, I take very good care of my body, and I'd rather not have that poison in it. But you know, it's not that difficult to speak up. Just be polite, be nice, you know, and most restaurants will generally try to accommodate you as much as they can. You know, I know, like my sister-in-law's restaurant, I used to go out there and cut steaks for her, cut ribeyes for her, and I'd always get a steak dinner as a reward for cutting meat for her. Well, they do the same thing. They got a flat top, and you'll see them get a ladle of oil and put on there. And I asked the cook, I said, so what kind of oil is that? What are you putting on there? And he says, oh, it's butter. And I said, is it? Yeah. I said, let me see the packaging. Show me the packaging. No, it wasn't butter. It was a butter canola oil blend. You know, and so even there, you got to be careful.
Yeah.
Of course, when it comes to eating that steak, there's not that much seed oil that's left on it by the time it's cooked. And it doesn't seem to bother me. And you know, like we've said before, no more often than I eat out, or no more often than I get seed oils. It doesn't seem to affect me. I'm not too worried about it. If I was starting to see an issue, then that would be different. But
Yeah.
whatever it was that I ate yesterday morning, I don't know what it was, but it tore me up.
It's just could have just been food that sat out too long or something, since
Maybe.
yeah. So no, like my philosophy on seed oils, especially since I've been on this for like 3 years and I reached my goal weight is so I've cut them out of my life on almost every single area.
Same.
So like, prior to carnivore, seed oils were probably snuck into everything I was eating, every bite I put in my mouth, whether I bought processed food and took it home or whether I went out to eat. So now I eliminated that from the house and I rarely go out to eat. And when I go out to eat, I actually make smarter decisions. So the amount of seed oil that I might get on occasion now, like I had wings tonight, they were probably cooked in seed oils.
Sure.
I had steak 2 or 3 weeks ago at Longhorn Steakhouse. I don't even they might cook those over a grill. I don't know. They might not even use seed oils there. I just don't ask now,
right?
Because I'm not really concerned, So it's
Right.
the amount of seed oils that I might come across now is so minuscule compared to my former life that I'm not really concerned about it.
For those of us that are not ultra sensitive to it, it's a matter of the poison is in the dose, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And like I said, it doesn't seem to affect me that I can tell. So I'm not too concerned about it. But yeah, I avoid it in every other part of my life. And in reality, even before I became a carnivore, I used for most cooking at home, I used almost entirely fruit oils. I didn't even use seed. The only time I use seed oils at home is if I was deep frying something. If I was deep frying a turkey or deep frying some catfish or something, then yeah, I use peanut oil. But now I use lard if I'm deep frying something. But even back then, it wasn't too terribly bad for me. So Linda McDaniels is saying hotel scrambled eggs have canola oil and other ingredients. The sausage was cleaner than the scrambled eggs. Asked to see the box first. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, there's no telling what was in that stuff. I think, and I go down there every year for this rendezvous, this get together. I think next year when I go down there, I'll be taking my own food.
All right. I tried pinning this message. I tried pinning the link. Did that work? I don't see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's on there.
All right. It's not showing up on the little chat window I opened up. All right. So anyway, let's get introductions out of the way. We kind of started in the middle of a conversation here. So welcome to Carnivore Talk. It's Monday Night Live here at Carnivore Talk. And you can join us on screen. And I realized I didn't have the link posted, and now I do. So go ahead and click that link. I can have up to 10 guests, and a lot of you have been on before. You know how much fun it is. Some of you haven't, and you get to talk to us face to face. That's always exciting. And if you're kind of a new to being on YouTube or streaming or on video or something, or you just started a channel and you want a little practice, this is a good way to get some practice in too. But we would love to have you join us on screen and talk carnivore with us. And you don't have to be a carnivore, by the way. So you could be not doing anything. You might just have questions and we'll answer them. You can be ketovore, you can be animal-based, you can be paleo, you can be vegetarian if you want, as long as you're kind and you want to jump on the screen, that is absolutely okay. And here's Paul. He was probably waiting for that link, poor guy.
Wondering where he's at, buddy.
Yeah, he's probably like, where's that link? When's Bob going to post the link?
Well, I went through. You didn't see me come through the back door, or?
I just saw you coming right now.
Okay, I was there. I just went to StreamYard and I found you. And
oh, okay, yeah.
But
no,
I didn't.
Let me hide this comment. Yeah, no, I haven't. It's just been me and Jeff until, and whenever someone joins, I hear a little boop, and then like I see the main screen, and then below the main screen, I see little thumbnails of us individually. So an extra thumbnail will pop up with you, and it says add to
Okay.
stage. So I can add you to stage, or I could be like, that's just Paul. But we always
No.
loved adding you to the stage. So it's good to see you. And
Thank you.
and yeah, so like I said, we've got 7 more seats here. Feel free to join us. Our theme tonight is going to be carnivore and how it can benefit mental health. That's what we're going to get into a little bit when we do get around to it. So I thought that'd be an interesting subject, because I came across a study, a 2025 study that really shows some promise, in addition to other things we've talked about before. But I thought it'd be a good subject to talk about, because recently it came up with a certain political figure making the claim that, keto or carnivore can cure certain mental illnesses. And mainstream media has kind of ridiculed him, but he didn't say that without basis. There's a reason why he said that, because it has been done. I don't want to say cured. I'll say put into remission. And I also say that it doesn't necessarily happen for everybody, but there are a lot of people who have benefited from a keto and carnivore diet when it comes to their mental problems. And but we'll get into that in a little bit. So what we'll ask, we talked to Jeff for a little bit. Paul just popped on the screen, so let's talk to Paul for a bit. How are you doing, Paul?
I'm deep into the science. My CGM is way off, so I called Own Your Labs, made an appointment for a blood glucose, took my finger stick glucometer with me, and of course I was wearing my CGM. Went in, the girl's getting ready. I had a little plastic bag, took everything out. She goes, "What are we doing?" I says, "I need a drop of blood. So rather than prick myself, if you could just give me a drop of blood, can you do that?" And she said, "Yeah." I said, "I'm testing." So the CGM came out at 82. The lab work came out at 98. And the Walmart $9 glucometer came out at 99. So I verified my glucometer. And so by doing the math, I've got 12 data points now. Did 11 finger sticks. And my CGM is an average of 19.5% below my actual blood sugar. So, I called Abbott and talked to them. They have nothing to offer. And so I asked to speak to the supervisor. And turns out I actually had his supervisor. So I went up 3 levels. And he says, "Well, what are you finding?" And I says, I yanked out my Crow, Davis, and Maxfield military stat book. And I said, I'm 98% confident that once I apply this fudge factor, that you are, I says, I'm plus or minus 4% on my blood glucose, and with a 98% degree of confidence. He goes, "Really?" And he asked me a few statistical questions, and I don't know how I answered them properly. I have no clue. I had to go back 50 years of schooling. And anyhow, they were kind of impressed, but they, again, don't have anything to offer. And so I'm seriously considering changing over to the Dexcom G7. And I think I'll be able to handle it. And so I spent this morning also changing my insurance. Went to a better insurance plan. So, because believe it or not, I don't know if I've mentioned this before, but from what I can determine from all the research I've done on CGMs is Libra is kind of like, nobody's really managing diabetes off a Libra system. And so the Libra for a month's worth of sensors is $160. For the Dexcom, it's $480, 3 times the price. And so I had to finagle my insurance a little bit. You know, April 1st or March 31st was the last day to make any changes. I did that today, and we'll see where it goes. But so numbers I may have touted in the past could be off by 20%, but right now I'm at my blood glucose for the last 7 days has been 88. I'm just I'm 5 points away from my goal of 83, so I'll be there by the end of the week.
All right. Well, that's good. All right. I don't know about you guys' weather, but here in Ohio, we went from 70 to 25 all in the same day. So yesterday we were out in the morning, shorts, t-shirt, and then by the sundown, snow. It was terrible. And today was cold too. So,
well, we've been nice and warm. We had a bit of we've been in the high 80s, low 90s. But we had a bit of a cool front today. It only got up to low 80s today. So very pleasant day.
Oh, how's the weather like in your neck of the woods, everybody? Let me know in the chat. We're going to go over to the chat now. I haven't looked at this yet. So let's see here. Target Prime Rib was first in the door, working tomorrow, but we'll be here first few minutes to say hello. So hello, Thomas. Glad you're here. And we have Lambs and Linda Flanagan. And Paul, is that what you meant by the back door? I see you in the chat at 7:44. I wasn't up here at 7:44. I was down trying to wolf down some wings that my wife so kindly picked up on the way home.
One of my favorites.
Yep. We got Jamette. And if you are a wing person, what's your favorite sauce? Do you like them hot? You like them, barbecue-y? Well,
nobody's been able to burn me out yet.
Yeah, hopefully not barbecue. I was just thinking. I said barbecue. Barbecue's too much sugar.
Yeah.
I've always.
I cook mine in bacon grease, right in a frying pan.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds good.
I never go out. I'm not paying $1 a wing. Or more. I just ain't paying it, and so I cook mine in bacon grease, and I get the fan out and to blow the vapors away, and I just use butter and a hot sauce, and I add a little Tabasco to that.
Mm-hmm. All right, very good.
Yeah, if I'm eating them out, I get usually a dry rub, usually either Cajun spice or the garlic Parmesan.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just warn you, if you ever go to Buffalo and have wings, beware of a place called Duff's, Duffs. When they say mild, those are hot. When they say hot, those are suicide. And the hottest wings they got, you can't eat them.
I'll take them on.
That's interesting, Jeff, because I used to be that guy that was like, you think you can out hot me? Come on, let's go down to the wing place and let's throw down. Okay, no one's taking this crown. I'm gonna out hot you guys. And I loved a hot sauce competition, but after 3 years of carnivore and staying away from plants, which includes most hot peppers most of the time, I don't find that I've got the tolerance anymore. Man, I just had like a jalapeno at like a Mexican restaurant, and I was dying. I'm like,
yeah, your taste buds have healed.
Oh, yeah. I was like, how did I do this before? But yeah, I've definitely, I'm out of practice, man. So
yeah, once the guys at work found out that I could eat heat, they kept challenging me.
Mm-hmm.
They'd bring me hotter and hotter stuff, and they'd bring me the hottest stuff they had, and they couldn't touch me. And I had hot sauce, so I had a desk that up on this mezzanine that I use for building models. In our spare time, we're working on airplanes, but in our spare time, we built model airplanes. And what I would do is go online and download blueprints for World War I fighter aircraft. and then I'd size the blueprints to whatever wingspan I wanted to build that airplane. And then I would go ahead and go buy the balsa wood and paper mache, and we would build these airplanes, and they would be flying airplanes. Some of them be rubber band flying, some of them be remote control flying. And so on this desk, you know, I'd put my hot sauce on there because in the morning I'd eat my breakfast and I want my eggs. And somebody asked me one time, they says, "Do you leave that out all night? What about the other shifts?" I said, "They never try it more than once." I could leave it out. They'd try it one time. And that's it. Nobody would touch my hot sauce because I got the hottest stuff you can imagine. I've only had one place that ever had me sucking wind, and that was at a Cajun place in Weatherford, Texas. Boiling Cajun. No, Boiling Cajun, I think is the name of it. And I asked for the hottest that they had, and they got me. I mean, they had me sucking wind. I enjoyed it, but they had me sucking wind. I didn't want no more of it.
Very nice.
But I ain't had a wing place burn me out yet.
All right. Let me start a comment here. I'm doing some catching up here. All right, Jerry, put that up on the screen. It says, "You know that I will be here tonight, but in listening mode as I'm back to work this week. No more playing hooky." As she played hooky last week and got to join us on screen. If you didn't catch that, you can watch last week's episode over in the live tab on the channel. And she says, and she hits the thumbs up button already too. And thanks for that reminder, because I always forget to ask. But yes, please, if you could hit the thumbs up button right now while we're live, that helps push YouTube. That tells YouTube to, hey, push this out to some more people, and then we'll get more people in here. And if you have a chance to maybe share it somewhere on social media that's not spammy, we don't want to spam people, that would also be appreciated. So thanks for giving this video a like. Brian Dish says, hello, good afternoon. Linda McDaniel is kind enough to be a channel member. She says, howdy. And then we got Free Thinker and Bride's Biscuit. And Lamb says he's a wing lover also, the flats especially. I'm actually more of the legs or drumsticks kind of person. Yeah. How about you guys?
Same.
Yeah. Well, you know, a good man with a knife can make the drumstick a super drumstick. Get a little more of the meat. Mm-hmm. And my son does that and then he saves them in the freezer till he builds up enough. And yeah, those are really good. I like I also like the Chinese 5 spice wings too. Those are good.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a drumstick person. So like when me and the wife go out for wings, we actually divide them up. We'll put all the wings or the flats on her plate, and then we'll put all the legs on my plate. And she prefers the flats. So it's a beautiful compromise. It's almost like we're made for each other. All right. Frank Calabrese says hello. So does Coach Angela Mullins and Latro Genie Weil 58. Someone tell me, you need to tell me if I mispronounce that sometime. Charger Mopar says, just get your friends together and cook. That's what I'm doing right now.
I do that all the time.
Yeah, no, we'll buy wings and we'll make them here at the house. So that's pretty common. So there's sometimes, we just don't feel like going through all the work, and so we just go down the street to the wing warehouse. We have a BW3 nearby also. They're okay. And we have a new place. We have a new place right at the end of the street called Wingstop. And we ordered that one time and we were kind of unimpressed. So
yeah, there's a lot of Wingstops down here. I've never been to one.
Hit my microphone and said I disconnected it for a minute. And so yeah, Wing Warehouse is it's where it's at for us. So and then you have to ask them to break some eggs. This goes back to the IHOP comment I made earlier. If you go to IHOP and order an omelet, it's tainted. They mix those eggs with a little bit of pancake batter. So you got to, as Angela says here, you got to ask them to break some eggs. You want pure eggs. And Latro says, I'm about to go buy dinner ingredients at HEB. I don't know what that is.
Howard E. Butts. It's the most popular store in Texas. Started down, I believe, around Corpus and worked their way up. That's what I grew up with in San Antonio was HEBs. It's either shopping at the commissary or shopping at HEB. Nobody beats them. And we finally started getting them up here, up in North Texas area and Central Texas area. And we're glad to have them.
All right. Very nice.
You talk about good meat market. They got a good meat market in there. Good fish too. Real good fish.
Our local rancher is Dumas Meats. I don't know. I was gonna say they're famous. They're famous around here. I can say we would only know them if you're local, but they get a lot of. You see it sometimes. You see a little news segment on them and everything. I guess the heart attack grill would be the safest bet.
If we had one here, I'd go to it.
Yeah. So.
Did you ever see his video on that?
Is it the Heart Attack Grill restaurant?
Yeah. He did a video on that. It was pretty good.
I don't know if I have or haven't.
Well, he showed an old newsreel of it. You know, back when everybody always was worried about, you know, high fat and all this, you know, and the Heart Attack Grill came out and they did a news expose or whatever you want to call it, a news story on it. And he showed that on his stream. It was pretty good.
Bride's Biscuit says she cooks, he or she, which one's this one? I forget. He, this one's the he. Okay. All right. I cook all my own food. I know who I'm getting it confused with. I can't think of her name right now. I cook all my own food. No seed oils.
Well, that's fine if you don't never eat out.
Mm-hmm.
It's tough to do when you eat out.
Latro says, my routine this last week is to limit protein to about 100 grams and add fat to adjust ratio. I eat plain Wagyu tallow, about a tablespoon 3 times a day and sometimes with a meal. All right. Now, are you doing that to try and lose weight? You know, because they say if you limit the protein but add the fat, that's supposed to help kickstart that hormone, that FGS21. Rick's cooking heart attack chicken right now. And the only steakhouse I go to is my house. Very good. Delicious. So.
Well, I had a T-bone for supper tonight, so I had steak at my house.
Bride's Biscuit had chicken thighs and burger patties with some salt. Very good. All right. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, we saw that comment already about the hotel eggs having canola oil. I accumulated so much tallow and lard, I don't ever have to buy cooking fat for years. I was like that last year. I had all kinds of butter, and then I had this big jar of ghee, and then I had this big jar of coconut oil, and then I had this big thing of tallow, and also I bought a Bacon Up, and which is bacon grease you can buy at the store. It's been strained and everything, and so I had all these fat options going on, but I didn't have to buy fats for ages. I actually went through them now, so. The butter they have printed expiration dates on them. So I'm always a little concerned about making sure I use the butter.
Butter expiration dates on butter is kind of worthless around a carnivore.
So I've got some now. I get them at Sam's, and there's the big 4 big pound blocks for like $13 or something. I meant to get the quartered ones, but I grabbed the wrong package. So I got these big 1 pound blocks. They have a date of June something on them, but it'll be gone by then.
I go through a stick a day at the minimum. So it don't last long around my house. Now that my wife has gotten a taste for it the way I have, now she's wanting to, our butter consumption has gone up. I introduced her to putting butter on pork rinds. Boy, that was a mistake. Can't get enough of that now.
That's an idea. I
It,
gotta
it,
try
it,
that.
plain pork rinds, good pork rind, just plain, no seasoning, just a little bit of salt on them. And I don't know where I got the idea. Somebody said they were dipping their butter in it or something, or dipping their pork rinds in butter. It might have been Thomas said that. Anyhow, I thought, well, that's an idea. Let me try that. And I just used, regular butter, room temperature butter on it, and I fell in love with it. Then my wife, when she saw me doing it, let me try that. So she tried it. So now, even with her steaks and whatnot, she's eating butter with her steaks now and everything. So our butter consumption's going up.
So the room temperature butter is, I think it's easy to spread some onto your pork rind then, right?
Oh,
you just carve it right off. Yeah.
We don't refrigerate our butter. I mean, the butter in storage, yes, it's refrigerated. But the butter that we're going to consume daily, it's always out on the counter. It's covered, but it's out on the counter.
Yeah. Yeah. I got a butter dish.
As long as it's salted, it won't go bad on it. You won't go rancid.
Right.
Yeah,
the unsalted butter will.
It will go rancid, the unsalted, but not the salted. So you can leave it out on your counter as long as it's not going to be there for a month. You want to eat it up. But like I said, we go through a stick a day at least.
All right. Latro says there's a new vid out by Bella Steak and Butter Gal evaluating 4 fast food hamburger chains. She finally spoke about AGEs and bad chemicals from high cooking. So I don't have much to say about the latter part, but I'm curious which 4 fast food hamburger chains she reviewed. Does it tell you on the thumbnail? If not, type it out real quick for me.
I didn't see it.
Let me go over here. Sometimes it's in the thumbnail. So I around here I've done Culver's, Wendy's, Burger King, and McDonald's. Let's see here. Steak and Butter Gal. And of all of them, believe it or not, I like. Now she doesn't reveal it in the thumbnail. There's a picture of an In-N-Out burger though. Of the 4 that I just mentioned, actually, I think McDonald's has the best quality. Believe it or not, they do. Oh, look at that look on Paul's face. It's almost like he doesn't believe me. Burger King.
Well,
Burger King, Culver's, Wendy's. Well, McDonald's, it came from a cow, so it's pretty tasty.
A dairy cow, most likely.
I'm not sure what kind of cow, but it is 100% real beef, never frozen. If you get the quarter-pound patties, if you get the other little smaller patties, those are frozen, but the quarter-pound patties are fresh. Just beef, a little bit of salt and pepper, and that's it. But I find them to be the best. I don't like the taste of the Wendy's burger. Plus, Wendy's does use seed oils on their flat top. And then Culver's was pretty good. The Burger King one, the Burger King one just doesn't taste real. It tastes like a Save-A-Lot burger. And but the McDonald's, I just think, is the best quality.
I never eat any of them, so.
Yeah. So a lot of people like to dog on McDonald's. Like I've got a video on McDonald's, and it's one of my videos that's it's like the comments are the gift that keeps on giving. I get daily hateful comments on it because I talk about how good McDonald's is, and this is a good choice. And people think the weirdest things. Like they say that there's like rats in it, there's cardboard in it. People say that there's missing children is in it. You got human meat in the McDonald's.
Well, you should say it was horse meat and all that.
Horse meat, all kinds of garbage. And I mean, I've got footage of actually being inside the plant, having it processed. It's just beef, people. It's just beef, 100% real beef. Some people say that McDonald's bought a company and the name of the company is called Real Beef. So they can say they use 100% real beef, but they don't mean real beef as in a real cow. They mean real beef as in the corporation called Real Beef. There's no corporation called Real Beef. McDonald's never bought such a corporation. It's all
some people need to get out of their mama's basements, get off the computer, and go join the real world for a while.
Yeah. And it's entertaining. So yeah.
Are there some companies putting out tainted beef, probably.
Oh yeah,
Would
there
surprise
are.
me a bit.
Well, I get it down at Sam's Club. I can buy pre-cooked beef patties. You can look some of them. You can just look at the ingredients, and it won't just say beef. It'll have all kinds of stuff in it.
Yeah, yeah.
You
I mean,
know, so I'm not
they can
buying
have
that
grain
one.
fillers in them, seed oils, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
But you're already dealing enough with that. Why do you need to add to it by saying that there's all this other junk in it?
Yeah, I don't know. But anyway, I love the comments that come in. Someday I'll just make a video responding to comments because some of them are just absolutely a hoot. That and the Jesus was not a vegan video. Those two videos every day, all day long. Hate. I love it. It's so fun. Bride's Biscuit says, I don't get beef that often, so I don't collect tallow, but boy, do I have bacon grease.
Well, now you can't, and there's nothing wrong with that, but even if you don't get beef very often, if you've got a butcher shop anywhere in your area, you can go down there and you can ask for fat trimmings and make your own tallow. And you can buy tallow in the store, but it's a lot cheaper if you can just go down and buy the fat. When I have any of my animals processed, I want all the fat back. I don't keep the trimmings. I want it all bagged up, and I want to give them back to me because I'm going to make tallow out of it. I don't care whether it's one of my lambs or one of my beeves.
All righty. Let's see here. Let me star a couple more here and go to my starred section here. Okay. We got that one done. So going back to your comment, Paul, about taking your CGM with you to the blood draw and then checking it all at the same time. That's what this is about. That's good practice, Lamb says. So yeah, I like what you did there. You talked about how you got all these data points now and was able to see that there's an actually unfortunate margin of error with the CGM you are using.
And Paul, I'm curious about that. So the manufacturer wasn't the least bit concerned about theirs being that far off?
You have to look at, I think that I shouldn't say all, but many CGM, they have to report, it's got a 4-letter letter code to it. It's got a fancy statistical name. So they have to report that on a regular basis, okay? And if you look at what the reports they file with the government, it says that their CGM is plus or minus 8%, plus or minus 9%, something like that, okay? And it used to be the standard was 12.5%. That was the law, to my understanding. Now, you talk to, it doesn't matter which one you talk to, if it's within 20%, plus or minus 20%, you don't get a refund. You don't get a new sensor, okay? As far as they're concerned, it's a good sensor. It's within 20%. So, your meter may say 100. It could be 20 off the other way. It's just crazy. So, I don't know what to think. Now, I learned a lot. And here's the thing. For every one person using a Libra, there's 4 or 5 people using the Dexcom. Most type 1 diabetics are on the Dexcom or some other form of CGM. And there are CGMs that are only built by the insulin pump manufacturers. You can only get one of their CGMs if you're on the insulin pump that goes with it, okay? And some of those are very high quality. And of course, you pay and pay and pay for that. So that's kind of how that works. And what the legal definition is anymore, what the law really is, I don't know. And but it's just like, let's just say you call up every month and tell Libra that your sensor fell off. They're going to send you another free sensor because it fell off. Now, after 6 months or so, they may look at you a little bit closer. But with the other company, they you get 3 a year. That's it. And they say, we gave you a patch, the extra patch to put over it to make sure it doesn't fall off, and use that, and be more careful. That's their take on it. So each company's kind of got but normally if you have an issue, and they have error codes. So like if a sensor just stops, just for whatever reason, it just quits. And it says, change your sensor. We gave up after 7 days, or then, they can go into your data, or they ask you to give them the code, and you give them the code. They go, okay, that's a failure that gets a refund. And so I think in 5 years, when we look back at all this, CGMs will be really, really, really good. They'll be the standard. A1Cs will somewhat drift away because doctors will just be so used to looking at, if you're wearing a CGM, they're going to be looking at your data. I share my data with my doctor. Now, every time he accesses it, he asks me, okay? But I've signed off on that to him, and I didn't purchase, but I installed a third-party app on my phone where I can, all my blood sugar data is up in the cloud. So I don't have to worry about where my data is. I always have it, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you can lose data, but you can, I guess. Whatever happens, your computer goes bad or phone goes bad or whatever. So I now share that with a third-party company. And so I called them today and I said, can I put a fudge factor into my data? And I explained to them all the things I've explained here. And they said, yeah, we can do that. You can do that. And I says, can you explain to me how to do it? I'm not familiar with the app yet. And so the guy walked me through it. So I take all my data, I multiplied every single number in the chart by my 1.195, and now I got what I consider real data, more accurate data, whatever you want to call it. And then I can generate reports off of that. And they look just like, So you talk about mental clarity, what we're talking about tonight, and mental health. I was a human calculator most of my life. I had bosses who would say, $23,000 a person. We're going to eliminate 6 people. How much is that in 6 months, Paul? I go, oh, it's $89,000, boss. Oh, okay, thank you. And and I've gotten away from that, and I lost my sharpness. Well, it's coming back. Maybe because I'm converting all these blood sugar numbers to a more realistic number, it's amazing what AI can do. It can even handle your statistics.
Yeah. So let me ask you this, because I'm totally ignorant when it comes to diabetes. I don't know much about it, and I learned so much from you. So a 20% difference, how dangerous is that for a diabetic?
Well, they guard themselves against the low, okay? Because the last thing a doctor wants, and the last thing somebody making glucometers or somebody making a CGM wants, is for you to pass out from low blood sugar and die. That's the last thing they want, okay? Dexcom has a lawsuit against them. They had some, you can, with most CGMs, you can use your phone. You download the app and your phone Bluetooth to it, or you can scan the sensor with your phone. Well, there's also you can buy a receiver from the company. It's a separate device, and that connects to your sensor in your arm, and it automatically does all the things it's supposed to do. So if you're asleep at night and your blood sugar goes down below, and you can set the alarm somewhat. They limit how much you can set the alarms, but my blood sugar, mine's fixed. I can't touch very much of it. And I have an initial alarm that goes off at 70. I have another alarm that goes off at 55. And at 40, it really goes berserk. And so if I'm sleeping at night, I can't shut it off. I can shut it off for up to 6 hours. And but it still vibrates. I can't stop the vibration. I can stop the noise. And it's quite the piercing alarm. It wakes you up. And everybody, you know, Amy just recently, or I found it recently, she did she wanted to educate people about diabetes. You know, a lot of people don't know what happens to a diabetic. And so she's type 1 and she can go low. Well, she was going low, so she decided to make a video of it. And I think it took a lot of guts. When your blood sugar drops, you get confused, okay? When you get to the point where you can't even talk, you don't make any sense. And she was, her CGM was at 53, her finger stick was at 51, and she was shaky, okay? She was not doing well. And so she has these little mints, some kind of organic special mint. And she knows each one that she takes will raise her blood sugar X amount. So she took 3 of those little mints. And so she's there doing this video, and it wasn't, I don't know, I didn't look at the clock, but it was probably only about 7, 8, maybe 10 minutes. Her blood sugar went from 51 to 63. And everybody has a different tolerance to low blood sugar, okay? I'm good down to about 50, okay? I'm not worried about anything. I could give you my phone number, tell you who the president is, and do all that BS, okay? And that may change over time. And I've had low blood sugar events. You know, I always had the whatever nearby to eat and counter it. And it's the only carbs I got in my house right now. Is I got in my car, I have a tube of frosting, okay? Decorator frosting. I got a tube of that. And I know about how much to put in my mouth for however how low I might be. If I don't want to be in my car and you know, get lost, or you can lose your sense of direction. You can say, "Well, where am I? How do I get home?"
Well,
you know,
I've seen guys when I was on the job. I've seen guys at work that were diabetics and would just go into a stupor. You know, in fact, my shop steward, we were talking to him one day, and he was just staring off into space, head off to the side, and drool coming out of his mouth. And I knew he was diabetic, and I knew what was going on. You know, so we called the paramedics out and got him taken care of real quick. But yeah,
you know, the other thing is, how tight are you controlling your blood sugar? Okay, I'm a Bernstein boy, okay, and I control my blood sugar now very tightly, okay, and anybody who's a type 1 diabetic who wants to live a long and prosperous life, they control their blood sugar very tightly, okay? And it's amazing, you know, and here's what you're doing when you're a type 1 diabetic. You're taking your best guess at where your blood sugar is going to go. And then you're deciding, I need this much insulin to stay with it, okay? And you can never chase these peaks from carbs. You can't match them. It's very difficult to do. And that's where the common medical advice that you're going to get in America or any place, it's a losing game for a diabetic. And if it's a kid, in my opinion, it's child abuse, okay? And the medical world don't see it that way, but to me, it's child abuse. And when you take the carbs out of the picture, now you got these low mounds, and you're trying to match up 2 low mounds. So if you're off a little bit, there's not a big difference. But, you know, if your blood sugar is way up at 300 and your insulin's not there yet, so now what do? And so you hang on, and then all of a sudden you got too much insulin. It's at the wrong time, and now you're way low. So you're doing this. You're going up and down, big steep valleys. And that, according to the Japanese and the big study they did, and a lot of doctors will tell you, it's the spikes that damage you.
I would think that constant up and down roller coaster ride would be harmful for your body. And I would see these guys at work that I knew, and these were type 1s, and I never, ever saw any of them eat properly. They ate the same foods the rest of us ate. Breakfast burrito in the morning, chips, fries, hamburgers, all this kind of stuff, candy whenever they wanted. And I knew one guy that had been diagnosed with type 2, and he changed his diet. It scared him. He changed his diet, and he's the only person I ever saw that tried to do something as a diabetic. And we had one guy work.
They have the right. They have the right to that cake. You cannot deny that child that piece of birthday cake.
Yeah, and I wouldn't deny him it. I'd love to educate them, but they wouldn't listen. But back then I wasn't carnivore, so I just remember how they used to eat. And we actually had a guy. He was the son of a friend of mine, and his son was type 1, and his daddy told me, he said, the boy don't take care of himself. There's nothing I can do about it. He don't take care of himself. And sure enough, he got to the point where they started chopping toes, chopped a foot, chopped a leg. And when it progressed over to the other foot, he said, I'm done. Quit whittling on me. And he went ahead and let it take him. And it's just such a shame when we know that there is a solution out there, a control out there for people that have this issue.
It just shows you how powerful the addiction is. Okay?
Yes, it does.
And so many people's minds are locked in the old school. It's just like cholesterol, okay?
Yeah.
And in last week's videos, Eric Westman said, look it. He had this doctor on. Who was saying, well, we need to look at the little APO and the big fluffy and the little dense and blah, blah, blah. And Westman says, it's all BS. He says, they're just talking about LDL cholesterol again, okay? And they want to treat that. And just more words. He says, we're done with that. We're moving on. And only as Eric Westman can present something like that, but you go into these diabetes places, and you see these type 1 diabetic kids who, if their blood sugar goes low, what do? They're juicers, box of juice, It's just sugar water.
Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame.
And if you want to see somebody really in action, look at that Dave Dickman, 19-year-old young man. He was good buddies with 90-year-old Bernstein, and he did a lot of videos. They did a lot of videos together, and that kid at 9 years old figured it out. 9 years old, he says, "Why are you giving me so many carbs and then give me so much insulin?"
Good for that kid.
And his mother said, "Well, that's an idea, low carbs, So she Googled low carbs and found Bernstein. They bought the book and they followed the book. And the whole family went no carb. The whole family went low carb.
Good for them.
Yeah.
Well, Bob, we're almost an hour in and haven't touched the main subject yet. Well, actually, Paul did touch on it just slightly.
All right. Yeah. So we should do that, before we have another video go by where we just chatted it up and never got around to our topic. So,
well, there was just so much good information that Paul had. It was too good to pass up.
Oh, no, absolutely. So good stuff. All right. So anyway, I just posted the link again. Remember, you can join us on screen. We got plenty of room here. We'd love to hear about your carnivore journey, your carnivore successes. We'd love to answer your carnivore questions. And of course, you can do that in the chat too.
Especially if you have something relevant to tonight's subject.
Yeah, tonight's topic.
Come on board with us.
Mental health.
I'll start it off for you all. I worked in a nursing home, okay? And we had an Alzheimer's wing, okay? 1/4 of all our patients were Alzheimer's. And there's nothing really much more sad, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's just life is gone. They don't know who anybody is. And we had all these standards of care. And so when you were helping a person get dressed in the morning, they had to have a choice. So you hold up 2 red sweaters, and they say, "Well, that one, okay, they're the same sweater, and they get fixated on something, and you can't get them off. And so, you and they do just chat, mindless stuff, and they say, well, I'm from Granite Falls. Oh yeah, I used to live in Granite Falls. How you doing? We might have been neighbors, and just mindless chat, and then they lose control of their social norms as far as the opposite sex goes. So in most facilities, they divide them up. They keep the men separate from the women. And you see the women, they'll start fighting over the man, and it's just crazy stuff goes on. But it's so sad, a husband comes in, his wife has no clue who he is, or a child comes in and the mother has no clue who he is. And they're happy, they kick the ball around the game room or whatever, and they're having a ball. Or they're dancing to some Elvis song or whatever, and they're having a ball. But they can't, and they can't remember anything. Mm-hmm. They can't even tell you about their childhood memories.
Yeah, and look what they feed them in the nursing homes.
Oh,
just straight carbs, sugar.
Yeah, it is. And
I took my initial medical training in geriatrics. I had to train in a nursing home in geriatrics, and I made a promise right then and there that my parents would never enter one, and they never did, and neither did my wife's parents. We cared for them in our own home.
When I left this place, they cut the bacon ration to 1 piece a day. Okay. Mm. And we had, if you were a diabetic, okay, so you've been diagnosed diabetic, it's in your medical file, and they had a dessert at least once a day. Okay. Usually at dinner time, usually at dinner time. So it'd be a cake, a pie, whatever. If you were diabetic and you wanted that dessert, you had to sign a paper. And some people had files that thick, the papers, because they had dessert every night. And if you were diabetic, there was always sugar-free Jell-O, with sugar-free whipped cream on it or whatever it was, and probably oil. And that's how they rolled. And so, when patient had to go out and have their leg cut off for diabetes or whatever, well, right here, this is why, then we gave them the choice and they made it. I don't know. Those people would all benefit, I think. And I think somebody out there, didn't somebody out there fund a study, and they took they went into a nursing home and changed the menu?
I'm not sure about that. Doesn't sound familiar to me.
I thought I saw something someplace, and it was, they cut the carbs to 50 carbs a day or something, and they noticed an improvement. And that's what you see. That's what we hear from people is, I improved,
Well, exactly. We see that in our own community, in the carnivore community, the keto community, how well people improve. One of the first things everybody says is, "Oh, my brain fog lifted." That's the very first thing. One of the first things they mention. And you have all kinds of people that are getting off their psychotic meds because of this, and which is all absolutely wonderful. I can't say that I have benefited mentally. I don't experience brain fog. I don't have an issue with it. Cognitively, yeah, I'm sure I've slowed down some, in my old age, but I've never noticed any brain fog lifting because I don't guess I ever had any. And I don't have any other kind of psychotic issues or anything like that. I've never experienced anxiety attacks or depression. I mean, I got a story of one anxiety attack, and it turned out it wasn't an anxiety attack. It was an atrial fibrillation attack. And, so I've never had an anxiety attack. And the only time I've ever had depression is I was going through a rough period in my life when I was laid off, and I was and the job I had was killing me. And I just didn't feel like going to work one day, and it took me a couple of days to realize that, hey, dummy, you got a family to take care of. You need to get off your butt. You need to go to work. Stop this. And I recognize, I had that was a little bout of depression, but it wasn't it was more of a woe is me type thing. It wasn't a mental thing. So I've never really had anything like that. It's never been an issue. So I can't really relate. But we see so much in the community of people relating to how this has happened to them. Look at Carrie Mann, 17 different meds gone. Tremendous. And so, there's no doubt that eating this way feeds the brain the proper nutrition that it needs.
I feel more confident in the decisions that I make. I feel more confident that I make better decisions, and I feel less. You say you make a decision. You're gonna take out a loan and buy a new car, and you're just kind of anxious about it. Well, I don't do things like that, but I just feel more confident in whatever I'm deciding to do. And that allows you to go forward in life, okay? You're not sitting around waiting for whatever. You can sit and wait for life to happen, or you go make it happen, okay? And I think I've just noticed I'm more confident. And I think, I don't think carnivore is going to help enough people because the addiction is just too strong, okay? And why are people reintroducing carbs? I think it's part of it is just covering their addiction. That's all it is. And all this gut bio stuff, you got to have carbs to keep your gut healthy, and you don't
blah
eat
blah
carbs,
blah blah.
Yeah.
Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, and I'm like, and you got to remember, what are we as human beings? We are highly adaptable. So let's just say there was no meat out there to eat, and we had to go to grains, okay? We may not be real comfortable about it. We may have some health issues, but our bodies will adapt, okay? And
Or will they? Or will they? Because that's kind of one of the arguments that the carnivore community puts forth, is that when humankind switched to agriculture 10,000 years ago, that's when teeth started falling out. That's when heights started being not as tall. Brains actually shrank, and we now have a bunch of chronic diseases. So, that's 10,000 years where there hasn't been any adaptation. We still suffer the consequences of the agricultural revolution to this day.
That's a good point.
So will we adapt? I mean, will you survive? Yes.
Yes, you can survive.
No. If a horrible situation happened, like on a worldwide political war, whatever, and all of a sudden you were cut off from all the butter, beef, and tallow that you've been enjoying, and now you're reduced to rice and Cheerios, will you live? Yes, you will live. But you're gonna, the longer you have to eat that, the more you're gonna notice health issues creeping in. Well,
that actually happened in Russia because Stalin was starving the people, and long ago they ate all the chickens, so their eggs and chicken meat were gone. Okay, and they had nothing. What did they have left to eat? They had the chicken feed, and in Russia, one of the main chicken feeds was millet. Well, millet's a fairly nutritious grain, okay? I wouldn't want to live on it, and so they started making porridge from the millet. And, they were able to survive until they got their agricultural programs back on track. They say the diabetes in India, which is now almost 400 million people, they got more diabetics than we got people.
Yep.
So they import corn and soybeans and wheat. Their people do not like corn. They do not like wheat. So in order to make it palatable, they add sugar to it.
Figures.
And they've got the highest rate of diabetes in the world.
All right. Lambs says, I benefited hugely from carnivore. It was the reason I started it. A long time depression. I had results within a couple weeks.
Great.
Very good. And Fatty Food says, I recognized my memory getting better, plus my concentration lasts longer. And I'm going to throw my 2 cents in there too, as I used to get really depressed or get really trapped in my own head and my own negative thinking prior to this diet. And now, it's like that brain fog has been lifted and I think more rationally and more clearly now than I did with my previous dietary lifestyle. But we do have some points. There's various key ways in which carnivore, and it's not limited to carnivore, it could be a strict ketogenic diet, because some of the sources that we're going to refer to these ketogenic diets. They're not necessarily strict carnivore, but carnivore is the ultimate ketogenic diet. So all the same principles that we are going to talk about apply. And there's many reasons why this supports brain health. And it comes from metabolic psychiatry research, clinical observations, and other mechanisms. And there's a couple of leading doctors who are paving the way in this field. And one of them I've mentioned before, and that's Dr. Chris Palmer. And so if you like heavy reading, his book Brain Energy is some heavy reading. And he gives several case examples of how he used a ketogenic diet to reverse people's depression, their mental illnesses of various kinds, and then how people were cured or into remission, he prefers to call it, until they actually deviated, went back to their old eating habits, and then some of their problems came back and they had to go back on the medications again, but they were able to get off meds. And it's actually a very fascinating book. It's long. I listened to the audio book of it, and in the middle, it kind of got dry. I kind of got tired of it, but finally, because it was case example after case example after case example. But when you got past all that, you got to the end, and it got really captivating again. But still something I would recommend. And then another one is Dr. Shebani Sethi. They've done some work. I'm going to put an article up here in a minute too. But there's various reasons for this, and I've never used these before, so I'm trying this for the first time. Banners. Okay. So point number one is that a ketogenic diet provides a superior fuel for the brain, because most people not eating a ketogenic diet, what are they running on?
Carbs, glucose.
Carbs and glucose, yes, and that you can think of carbs and glucose as a fuel, but it's more like a dirty fuel. Think of like E85 or E89 with ethanol in it. It's not pure, and then if you're in a ketogenic or carnivore type lifestyle, your fuel source is no longer glucose. What's your fuel source now?
Ketones.
Ketones. That's right. Exactly. And so, you'll be having ketones, which especially in the form of beta hydroxybutyrate. And these are more cleaner, more efficient of directing energy right into the mitochondria. So you end up with more stable ATP production. And that's why you have that reduced brain fog and the better mood and usually more energy and better cognitive function. And because you are actually going to run better on a superior fuel. You can run on glucose, but you're going to run better on ketones.
You're going to be more even, because when blood glucose drops, okay, you get irritable. Okay, it's like a child who's a diabetic. They'll just be a rotten kid. Okay, they're not going to cooperate with anything. And you give them a cookie, and they start munching on it. And 15 minutes later, their blood sugar comes up, and now they're a sweet child. And it goes the other way too. You're higher than a kite on sugar, and you're off the wall. And not just kids; it can be adults too. I believe my diabetes affecting my mental health cost me my best relationship I ever had. That's just take it for what it's worth. And there was other factors involved, but it was a big contributing factor, I think.
Well, you mentioned mood, and so I guess I got to say, as far as mental aspect, I hadn't considered mood, but I believe it's right. So that's where I've benefited is mood. I'm not as volatile as I used to be. I'm not as quick to anger as I used to be, and my father-in-law called me a scorpion one time. You know, and if you've ever messed with scorpions, you just don't know when they're going to strike out at you. And all my life, I've been a fighter. I've stood up for the little guy. You know, I bounced in bars for 7 years. You know, I've just always had a quick temper, and I have not always been a very nice person, and I will say that since I became a carnivore, my mood has changed. I'm a lot more even keeled, a lot more mellow. Yeah, the guy driving 10 miles under the speed limit will still tick me off, but I'm not near as inclined to run him off the road. I hold back. You know, I'm not like I used to be.
You know, after 2 or 3 years of carnivore, I think my attitude is this: my very best years are ahead of me. Okay. Yes. I've got things to look forward to. Okay. I don't care if I die 10 years from now, 15 years from now, or 20 years from now. The next years are going to be some of my very best.
Yeah, it's about quality.
Yeah, it is.
About quality, not quantity.
And, you know, I just did all my legal paperwork for medical stuff, you know, and I ain't gonna suffer, you know. I ain't doing it, and I'm not gonna have somebody take care of me year after year, month after month, when there's no reality of recovery. If you're in a nursing home, how the hell are you gonna recover on the diet they feed you? How are you gonna do that?
You're not.
You're not happening.
Well, just being in a hospital, you know, the hospital food's just bad enough. Look at what it did to Mitch when he had a stroke. You know, he didn't have anybody bringing him food. He had to eat their stuff, and it was just full of carbs and sugar. And he got addicted again. And it took him a while to get off of that addiction. It took him a long while. It was really rough for him. And after watching his videos on that and what he went through, I told my wife, I says, you know, next time I'm in the hospital, if I'm ever in one again, you're going to be busy bringing me food because I'm not eating nothing they give me. Nothing. I will fast the whole time I'm there.
I'm lucky because I have a good hospital that gives me a nice carnivore meal. So
yeah. Well, if I had one that did, I mean, I would ask them. Don't get me wrong. I would ask, hey, this is all I want to eat. This is how my diet goes. But see, every time I go in, because it's on my record that I have a heart condition, I get the heart healthy meal.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's all they want to give me. And it's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. So I won't let them do that to me anymore, you know, now that I know better.
The Carnivore and STL says, Change Your Diet, Change Your Mind by Georgia Ede is also a must read for diet and mental health. Yes. And that's one I haven't read yet. So thanks for the recommendation. It's been recommended to me a ton of times. I just haven't got around to it yet. On this first point, there is a link for you. I'm going to share this on the stage here, but we've got this link and I will paste it in the chat right now. Nice article. Pilot study shows ketogenic diet improves severe mental illness. Now, of course, they grabbed a stock photo of a brain made out of vegetables because it kind of conflicts with the title. But hey, you know, nobody's perfect. But the content of this article is pretty good, and this actually talks about Shebani Sethi and the study that she did, and there she is. There, she took all these individuals with schizophrenia. And it says the psychiatric benefits were striking. On average, the participants improved 31% on a psychiatrist rating of mental illness known as the Clinical Global Impression Scale, with 3/4 of the group showing clinically meaningful improvement. And there's other nice facets in there as well. So go ahead and check that link out. Where's the remove it button? There we go. And we'll go on to point number 2. And it was that a ketogenic diet enhances mitochondrial function. So the mitochondria, being the power plants of the cell, is where there's usually some issues. Dysfunction in the mitochondria can lead to mental illness, whether that's for various reasons: oxidative stress, poor energy output, damaged mitochondria. And so ketosis, or ketogenic lifestyle, helps it by enhancing what's called mitophagy. That's the recycling of old damaged mitochondria. And it boosts biogenesis, which is the creation of new, healthier mitochondria. And it reduces free radical damage, improves overall efficiency. And this is what Chris Palmer gets into a lot in his book, that a lot of these psychiatric symptoms are from metabolic breakdowns in the cell here. And then the zero carb diet, being high in animal fats, produces more constant ketosis and better repair. And, and with better cellular repair comes better mental function, and you see an improvement when it comes to these mental issues there. So that, that's kind of the aspect that Chris Palmer gets into. And like I said, deep stuff. I'm trying not to make it deep, but it can be pretty deep stuff here. All right.
I know one statistic is women from the age 45 to 50 are the most frequent victims of schizophrenia. And there was a woman I knew who was in the mental health field, and they had a client. She was 45 years old, PhD, college professor at 3 universities, schizophrenic very quickly. I think it's a buildup of the bad diet. It just eventually, mentally, things collapse. And
so it's not putting up with their husbands for the past 20, 30 years?
They did. The whole mental health world, I was very close to it for a relationship I was in. My partner was big into that scene, and you don't know what's going to happen to you. And there was a young man, he was like 25 years old, and he was a football quarterback, okay? He was a all-star of the school. Great kid. Neighbors moving in, he runs over to help, jumps up on the truck. Let me help you with that couch. Takes one step backwards, falls 4 feet straight back, hits his head like a 9-year-old for the rest of his life.
Mm.
And, nicest person you ever want to meet. And mental illness can hit anybody at any time. And when it does, and a lot of times it's due to an injury, a head injury can be devastating. And I knew this, we had this guy in our church. He was trying to help his neighbor out, cutting a limb off a tree, and the limb fell on his head. And he was like a 9-10-year-old, okay? And they had the mother went to work second shift, and the teenage kids came home, 3-4 o'clock. Well, there was like a half hour he was unsupervised, so they locked him in a room, boarded up the windows, locked the door. She'd lock him in the room for half an hour, and he had a heart attack. And he knew he was having trouble, and he tried to claw his way out of the room, and he died of a heart attack in the room. He went to the doctors. He's trying to explain to the doctor his heart don't feel good, okay? But he couldn't explain it. He didn't have the vocabulary anymore. And he died of a heart attack, which probably could have been prevented. I don't know. It's just... But a lot of people in these positions probably would benefit from a better diet.
No doubt.
Bride's Biscuit says Carnivore was a last-ditch effort to avoid ECT therapy. Carnivore worked. Off all meds now. So awesome.
Wonderful.
Very wonderful. Also says low carb reduces inflammation everywhere, including the brain. The ketogenic diet was developed and studied to reduce epileptic seizure in children.
Yep.
So yeah, very good. And I know who I confused this. Bride's Biscuit and Brisket Boomers. They sound so much alike that's why I'm like, is that the girl or the guy? Because that's the two usernames sound so familiar in my head, So it just dawned on me who I confuse him and her. They confuse them both. So very good comments. Thank you for sharing those. And everybody else, if you've experienced mental clarity on a carnivore diet and it's worth boasting about, please share about it in the comments. We'll throw it up on the screen, or even better yet, click the link that's pinned down there on the chat and join us here on StreamYard, and you can tell the story yourself. But we'll go on. Point number 3, reduces neuroinflammation and oxidative stress. We kind of touched on that already. So, and we'll go on to our 4th one, balances neurotransmitters. So this one I actually stole. So many mental health issues involve excitotoxicity, which is too much glutamine and not enough GABA, which is calming. Ketogenic carnivore increases GABA production, lowers excess glutamate, and modulates dopamine and other systems directly through metabolic improvements, creating a clearer, more stable neural environment, reducing anxiety, impulsivity, mood swings, and even psychotic symptoms. Brain imaging and spectroscopy studies have confirmed these shifts in ketogenic levels. And there's a nice link for that one too. So if that one made sense to you, let me share it. What am I doing? Oh, accept all 6. I got to accept the cookies. Okay. Here's this one here. Share screen. Oh, I can only have one loaded up at a time. That's this one right here. Ketogenic diet produce hydrobutyric acid accumulates brain GABA and increases GABA glutamate ratio to inhibit epilepsy. We mentioned epilepsy earlier. That's from a nature.com article, which I'm going to post that right now if you wanted to click on that and save that. All right. And where was I then? Okay. Here's another one. Burst neuroplasticity. Ketones upregulate brain-derived neurotrophic factor, which supports neuron growth, repair, and connections. This enhances learning, memory, resilience to stress, and recovery from depressive episodes. It's one reason why people on these diets often describe improved motivation, emotional regulation, and a sense of mental clarity they didn't know was possible. And that's in quotes. This often what people say. And so what I think is fascinating is one of the criticisms we often get in the keto carnivore community is, oh, it's all anecdotes. It's just a bunch of you internet people swapping stories. There's no scientific evidence to back it up, but that's not true. There is plenty of science to back it up. And that's why I'm sharing these links, because I think that's exciting. And I think this is all worth bookmarking especially if you're talking to people who might benefit mentally from a carnivore diet and you're facing some kind of opposition or criticism. You can show them the studies and be like, hey, this isn't just anecdotal. This is legit. So yeah. Bride's Biscuit says, save all these on PubMed too. I think the one we got coming up is on PubMed. I'll tell you that one in a minute. Stabilizes neural networks and overall brain energy metabolism. So by providing a steady fuel and reducing metabolic chaos, ketosis helps prevent the hyperexcitability or hypoactivity seen in epilepsy, bipolar, and schizophrenia. It improves cerebral blood flow and network stability. Network stability. Yeah, okay, yeah, I read that right. Leading to fewer mood crashes or psychotic breaks in responsive individuals. So here's a summary then. So carnivore, which is fatty ruminant meats, organ salt, minimal or no plants, is a very strict zero fiber ketogenic diet, maximizes ketosis, eliminates plant-based irritants like oxalates, lectins, carbs from veggies and nuts that sneak in on standard keto diets, and simplifies adherence. The 2025 published case, and this is the link that I'm actually eager to share. The 2025 published case of full schizophrenia remission on carnivore ketogenic therapy highlighted sustained high ketones and a complete symptom resolution off medication, something that stands out even among broader keto research. And let me bring that one up onto the stage. Share screen.
Well, you don't hear much about that, though.
So, and here it is here. I believe, let me close this window. Okay, yeah, this is it right here. Okay. Case report. Remission of schizophrenia using a carnivore ketogenic metabolic therapy with nutritional therapy practitioner support. So when people are ridiculing RFK Jr. for saying that a keto or a carnivore diet has been known to cure schizophrenia, and they're like, oh, no, they're not. You know, well, what does he know? He's not a doctor, blah, 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 blah. Here's the study right on PubMed, and I'm going to post the link right now in the chat. So, there you go, everybody. So, yeah, so click that link, bookmark that page. He was telling the truth. Here's a case report of complete remission of schizophrenia using a carnivore diet. So it can be done. So in the end, when we talk about our theme today, is carnivore good for the brain? What do you think? Is carnivore good for the brain? Let me know in the comments.
Couldn't hoist.
This may be our saving grace.
What's that, Paul?
This may be more important than, I mean, let's face it. If you're newly diagnosed diabetic, okay, and you go carnivore or keto, you can reverse things pretty damn quick, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And there's probably more information out there right now about that than there is about mental health, okay? And what maybe the keto or carnivore diet can do for mental health issues, okay? And, you know, like I say, I was kind of close to the situation, and you have to wonder, you know, in the 1960s, what was prevalent in America was Down syndrome, babies being born, okay? Down syndrome was, and it was mainly older mothers, okay, that were more likely to have a Down syndrome child. And now there's a large population of 60, 70, 80-year-old people with Down syndrome. Their caregivers are dying. Maybe it was a mom, dad, or aunt, and they never had any kids, or very few of them ever had any children, and they're out. They're out. I mean, they don't have any resources, and they need the care. And you just wonder, you know, even populations like that, what would carnivore do for them, you know? And if they just had something just a little bit better, you know, carnivore may be, I think the future of carnivore may be in mental health. You know, there may be more focus on that. We're certainly not doing anything to stop diabetes, that's for sure. It just keeps going. We're just throwing gasoline on the fire day after day, and, you know, maybe mental health has a chance.
Very nice. Scott says mitochondrial repair is affected as much from not eating, fasting, or one meal a day as eating carnivore. It's not the eating that helps. So yeah, fasting, you know, also, it's known to benefit autophagy, and I'm sure helps out in these other areas as well. So very good. Let's see here. And I'm catching up. I'm doing some recent comments here. Bride's Biscuit says, I'm living proof that this study is valid. Yeah. Scott says, trying to find a link showing ketones' positive effects on autism. Okay, yeah, so I just brought up a bunch on AI. AI. But I need to click on each one of them. Let me look at this here. Here's one. I haven't read this, but this one's called A Ketogenic Diet and the Treatment of Autism Spectrum Disorder. I'm going to post this in the chat right now. So try that. Oops, hold on. Let me share it. I just shared that direct to YouTube. I'm going to post it again so it goes to Facebook and
So is there in autism, is there's I don't know, that's why I'm asking, is there a wide spectrum from mild autism to more severe autism? Is there a wide range?
Yeah, some autistic individuals can function pretty well, and others can function very poorly. So, and so that there's a spectrum of how severe it can be. So, I know someone who's got it, and they won't look in the eye. You talk to them, they want you out of their presence as soon as possible. They pace back and forth. They avoid you, and then I know others who you can actually, have a conversation with, pretty well. So you can have a conversation with all of them, but you can tell one's more comfortable than the other. Latro says the mental boost I got from Carnivore is incredible, like 25% more brain power and very little fog. Yeah. All right. Very good. So yeah, that was one. Actually, I'll probably just bring that up. Let's see here. This is off topic, but since he did bring it up, that's this. I just shared this link here. And that's this one, A Ketogenic Diet and the Treatment of Autism Spectrum Disorder. I have not read it, but when I ran it through AI, they returned to this as a positive article. So, but I haven't studied it myself yet, but that's one, and there's some more. I don't want to keep pasting links about it until I've actually looked at the studies and make sure that they are encouraging and kind of the information that we're hoping to see. Maybe we'll make this a topic, another week. Maybe we'll talk about autism, and a carnivore diet. Very good. Oh, I'm trying to remove that. Hold on. There we go. All right. In the meantime, if you haven't yet, give it some thought right now. I'm going to share the link to the StreamYard. Join us on screen. We would love to talk to you face to face. And any more comments on our topic, or I'm going to go back to some of these starred comments and catch up on them.
Right now you can't travel with a suitcase? You can't check luggage on most flights?
No, I did not know that.
And my daughter, I guess all these security people in the baggage security, they're mad. They don't have higher wages or something, so they're not showing up to work. So my daughter's flight to Chicago for this dance competition, no suitcases can be checked. You've got to carry on only.
Interesting. All right. Linda says my autistic stepson did much better on a gluten-free and dairy-free diet. All right. And let's see here. Here's one that I didn't know from Dustin. The use of the word spectrum is not the severity, but the type of autism. So if you hear they are on the spectrum, it's not the severity, it's the type. Yeah. So this is not a field of study of mine. So thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. And then another current comment down here. As a warning for others, I had gone carnivore for 5 months a couple years ago and was off all meds, but thought I was cured. So I started adding standard American diet foods back in, which was a terrible mistake. It only took 3 months and I was back to being a full-blown carb addict, and the issues I had came back even worse. So I had to go back on the meds. I will not make that mistake again. I will have to stay carnivore for life.
Amen.
Yeah. That's what's going to happen.
Yep.
So
forget the mistake. Remember the lesson.
Yeah. And so I won't let myself become a full-blown carb addict. I've made myself some vows, and the vows are basically revolve around no refined sugar, no grains, and no ultra-processed food. So basically, because I'm carnivore most of the time, but I readily admit I deviate from time to time, and I'm totally not ashamed of it. I'm not one of those trying to get like 1,000 days of strict carnivore under my belt. I use carnivore as an elimination diet. So every once in a while, I will cheat with keto or cheat with animal-based, but it's very rare. But my philosophy is whole foods. So like I have to find it in nature. It's got to be nature provided, God provided. I mean, a whole food, single ingredient, whole food. If man ran it through a factory, then I'm probably not going to put it in my mouth, except for
if God made it, eat it. If man made it, leave it alone.
Pretty much, yes. And
I know go up and post Bride's Biscuits comment right above that. I think it's excellent.
It's no measure of health to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society. Yes, we all fall somewhere on the spectrum. I like that. It's no measure of health to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society. That's in quotes, so someone wonder who you're quoting. But yeah, it's no measure of health to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society. Yeah, we don't want to be. If the standard American diet results in the standard of being diseased, sick, and overweight, why would that be the standard you want to live by?
Yep.
I think you need to have a higher standard. So very nice. You become carnivore once you have suffered long enough and the pain of change is less than the pain of staying the same.
Exactly. Yeah. The pain of staying the same was too great for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. We've talked about it before. Like, if I only knew, if I could only go back and tell my 20-year-old self, and it might not do any good even if I could, but
I wouldn't have listened.
Right. Because back then, 20 years old, you couldn't upset the apple cart. I was living on beer and ramen noodles, and that was a success.
Yeah. Well, 20 years old, I was bulletproof. You couldn't hurt me.
We were. Yeah. Yep. Every single one of us went through that stage, and some of us just took longer. We didn't grow up, and or life came along. I feel in my life, I was just under so much stress, so much pressure. Okay. I didn't take care of Paul. I was smart enough to take care of Paul, but I didn't do it. So guess if I'd been super smart, I would have said, Paul, if you take care of yourself, then you can help others more. I didn't do that.
Well, I often equate carnivore to becoming a Christian. Many people don't come to carnivore until they're broken down to the point where they have no other choice. Same thing with Christianity. Maybe people don't come to Christ, until they're broken down and that's all they've got left.
So I got a question for you two guys. Do you think in your lives, carnivore, okay? I know you both a little bit. Do you think carnivore has has increased or elevated your level of spirituality?
Me, no.
No?
No, I was I've been a religious person for decades. So Yeah.
I can't claim that. I've been a Christian for a long time. Wasn't raised a Christian, but I became one, and it was long before I ever went carnivore.
Yeah.
I'm just curious.
Yep. If anything, I now have a little bit of a mental struggle between what I've learned about human nutrition versus how I was raised as a religious person. So I'm I've got ways of resolving that in my head, which I will eventually put into a video and talk about it sometime. So, but no, I've been a religious person since middle school. I got really into it, and then I drifted in high school when girls and rock and roll kind of became more important for about 8 years. And then when I settled down and got married and had a kid on the way, then I kind of returned to spirituality again. So, and then I've been where I'm at ever since. So, but yeah, no, carnivore has not helped me become a religious person by any means. So,
well, I mean, just
but I do like the parallels that Jeff draws, between the two lifestyles and the similarities they have. I do think that's a good, thoughtful comparison. So there's a lot of similarities there. A lot of people don't want to hear you preach the good news. They don't want to hear it. A lot of people don't want to hear you talk about carnivore. They don't want to hear it. And it's like, oh, we know how this can benefit you. We know how this diet can benefit you. That people that don't want to hear it don't hear it. No.
Yeah, there are times I'll be reading scripture in my morning devotional, and it'll strike such a parallel with carnivore that I have to write about it. And I've posted these writings before, both on Carnivore Talk and on Kilsa's Mighty Tribe. I just get inspired by the Holy Spirit to draw these comparisons out, and because I see a lot of them in my journey in carnivore. I'm like, well, this is just like what I went through in my journey with Christ. It's the same thing. It's so similar. They just run, parallel to each other.
So I do tell you one thing that I find fascinating is, my particular theology, believes a lot in the critical conditions that the world will get during the last days, which I think is a time that we exist in now. And one of the signs is pestilences and disease and sickness. And since the late 1800s, early 1900s, since the Industrial Revolution on, you've seen a rise. And we talk about how there were no heart attacks back then. There were no clogged arteries back then. There were no diabetes back then was not. These things they existed very small, but they weren't big issues like they are today.
Right.
What changed? Okay. So from a religious person's perspective, they're like, well, here's what changed. We're in the last days now. This was all prophesied. But from a analytical, factual standpoint, what changed was the human diet, and the two fit hand in glove. I mean, the one doesn't nullify the other. The one just explains how the other happened, and I think that's a fascinating parallel.
Yeah, you're right. There's great historical data for that, because during World War I and World War II rationing, there was less sugar, less carbs, okay? And you could see the graphs of the improved health, okay? It's nothing huge, but it's there, okay? And it's just, there was less carbs, and there was less sugar in the diet. And we did better during those rationing years, because all the sugar went to the soldiers.
Well, and somebody mentioned in the comments here that about the body being the temple. You learn that in as a Christian, that your body is a temple for the Holy Spirit, and it's one of the things that I draw on is that very factor, that very scripture, that yes, I should have a clean temple for the Holy Spirit. I should do the best I can. And that's not just in my diet. That's not just in my health. It's also in my mental capacity, my attitude, my humility, which I don't have enough of nearly. But I'm working on that too.
That's the whole Amish philosophy here in Pennsylvania is, what did I do today, and how can I improve just a little bit tomorrow and be better tomorrow than I was today?
That should be
That's
everybody's philosophy.
That is it. That, and a lot of their diet, a lot of their whole ideas about food is, well, the milk come out of the cow is a gift from God. I don't need to pasteurize it. I don't need to do whatever to it. I just need to consume it, okay? In its most natural state. Kind of like Bob's philosophy, okay? You'd make a good Amish guy. Yeah. And yeah. I'm just saying, they're in some ways, they're very sweet people.
Oh yeah, no, I work with a lot of them, and I'll drink raw milk. I'm not actually all that against pasteurization, but I'll drink raw milk too. So, and the only problem is I've never been a big milk drinker, so I can't buy into some raw milk production locally and bring it to the house because nobody else drinks it. It would just be me, and it'd be me trying to chug down a couple glasses of milk every day before it went bad. So I just don't bother because I'm just not that big of a milk does not excite me that much. So
me either anymore.
All righty. All right, Scott, you head back to work. That's our Scott from Carnivore Talk. And
oh, good.
Yep, maybe next time he'll get a Monday off and he can join us on screen again. So
that'd be good. I'd like to see him.
So we love it when our friends join us on screen. Hint, 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 hint.
We gave you a big shout out last night. I encourage more people to come on here and get on the screen.
No, well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I mean, how else are we going to get to know you? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And, like John Forever Strong or whatever his tagline is there. I'd love to meet John. I'd like to know more about John.
Yeah. All right. Very good. And this Monday nights, this is designed to be laid back. We're just a bunch of friends shooting the breeze. Earlier, we were talking about wings. And so I asked, how do you like your wings? And we got some answers here. Sandy
cool.
Blythe says plain wings with salt. Agent 99 says salt and butter. And then Bride's Biscuit says Dave's original and butter. And then I thought that's it on those comments here. We were talking about also hot sauce and how I can't tolerate the hot sauce anymore because I've lost my I'm out of practice with eating hot stuff. But Lambs made the comment, it's the same with sweet stuff as it is with hot peppers. Our taste normalizes on carnivore, it seems. And that is true too, because I've never been a sweet tooth, but I could eat sweet things, Twix, Reese's peanut butter cups, brownies, cookies, whatever. If we had like a congregation get together where everybody brought a dish or something, like I'd be the person that had to sample every single thing, and even if that meant every little dessert. And now I almost can't stand most desserts. Like that, I have a bite of something. Oh my gosh, is it so sweet? I can't understand how I used to eat this stuff because I've lost my taste for that too. So not only can I not tolerate really hot stuff, but just like Lambs is saying here, I can't tolerate really sweet stuff either. I just can't stand it. Skyline Chili hot sauce in Cincinnati will clean an old penny to bright copper.
I wouldn't know. Yeah, I'm a Texan. I don't even know what Skyline Chili is.
We have a Skyline Chili here. I had it once like 15 years ago, and I wasn't very impressed. I never went back. But I heard Diet Coke can do the same thing. Diet Coke.
Yeah, it can.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and some people might think my chili that I make can clean an old penny. In fact, it might just eat up the whole penny. It was funny. Back when, pre-carnivore, when I'd make chili, I'd make 2 pots of chili. I'd make one for me, one for the kids and the wife. And over the years, I got to noticing that my pot of chili was going down quicker than everybody else's chili. And I found out my kids had developed a taste for the heat. And so they were hitting on my chili, and my wife's chili was barely going nowhere. But that's over. No more chili for this boy.
And my son finally developed some taste for hot stuff now too. So his palate's been expanding a lot in the last few years, which is good. So let's see here. So Jeff, have you ever had the thermonuclear hot sauce?
Yeah, and I commented on that. No, I haven't, but yeah, my interest is piqued. I'd try it.
All right. And I'd try it too. You know, I'll still try anything. I'll try anything once. That's kind of like my philosophy. You know, I never shy away from trying something. Uncle Charlie says, hey, fellas, I watched Dr. Ken Berry before, but I will be honest, I enjoy you guys 10 times more than watching him.
That's
well, I appreciate it. That's quite the compliment. That's an amazing compliment because to me, Dr. Berry is like the king. But I will say that if you're talking about his Monday Night Live, that's pretty fast paced and brief. You know, he answers basically the super chats, and he does a lot of brevity so he can get on to the next one. And if you're a member of his community and you attend the lives that are in the community, it's much more informal. It doesn't quite get as informal as we are here, but it definitely gets more informal, you know, more casual, more slow, takes the time to go into detail, more family like. So, but the Monday night one is, I mean, you'll have 6,000 people watching that one, and the comments go by like on the side. They're hard to keep up with.
Yeah, maybe you'll get there someday, Bob.
Yeah, I doubt it, but we'll see. Chicken thigh. I peaked at 64 a couple weeks ago, and we got into the 40s tonight. So 64 was exciting. That's my record. But if you hit that like button, help me out.
That's the first thing I do. I come in, hit the like button, and come here.
Chicken thighs, like the dark meat, like the fat. Chicken thighs, yes. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, you know, I mean, I like all kinds of chicken. I'll eat the chicken breast, chicken thigh, chicken leg. We're talking about wings. Wings usually come in, you know, these wings or the feet, you know, the legs, and they're little tiny ones, you know. So usually you just get those two cuts. And there's an interesting comment coming up here in a little bit too. I didn't know. Target prime rib likes the dark meat the most, and then the wing and the chicken breast is last place, too dry.
Yeah, so we always make a chicken salad out of the breast.
Mm-hmm. Air fryer works well for thighs and wings.
And I'm going to get next month. I think I'm going to get me an air fryer. I'm going to finally break down and get one.
Mm-hmm. I got a cheap little one. I got at Kohl's years ago. It works. I might get a nicer one someday, but my next investment, I think, is going to be either a sous vide or a dehydrator. So one of the two. I want to make my own jerky, or I want to sous vide the ultimate steak. You know what we did get? Saturday, we got a new grill, but it's a grill that the burner above the burners, there's a 36-inch flat top. So we've got our grill, and beside that, we have another one that's got the flat top on it. And so yesterday,
you got the combo?
No, it's two different devices. I've had the one for 10 years, and we just got another one. My wife wanted the flat top because the flat top, we can go outside, turn it on, and you know we can do eggs, and then we could do like you could do mushrooms and onions in one corner, or zucchini and squash or something like that. You know, for those that eat it, and so we made steaks on it and shrimp. Oh, shrimp. That's the other thing. Yeah. So we can't just throw shrimp on a grill. You have to line it with foil or use a pan or something, you know. So, but we got this flat top. You can throw the shrimp right on there with some butter. And boy, we went through a lot of butter. And but we made a couple steaks last night and a pound of shrimp. And they were absolutely amazing. So that's our new toy. That was her new toy. She actually bought it. And we had a fun time breaking that in yesterday. But I do want to get a sous. I do still want to get a sous vide, and I think the sous vide will work in tandem with that too. You sous vide it to get it temp, and then you use the griddle to sear it. So
yeah,
and
I've heard it said that many of your high end restaurants, that's how they cook such a perfect steak. Is they've got all these CVs, and you can run a CV for days. You know, and it's not going to change the meat any at all. And so they've got this pot over here is running rare, then this pot over here is running a medium rare, and it's just all perfect. And all they have to do is they pull it out of that bag, sear it, throw it on a plate, and you get it. And that's one of the reasons why they can get it to you so quick. And that I don't know that for a fact, but that's what I've been told.
That's exactly the way it works.
Yeah.
There's a place here in the Amish countryside. They can feed 350 people in 20 minutes.
20 minutes. I've heard, and I don't know, I haven't tried it, but if you got an Instant Pot, I've heard you can use an Instant Pot as a sous vide. But I don't know that for sure. I'd have to get mine out and experiment
do some
with
research. Hit the AI. Maybe you just need an Instant Pot, you know? I got an Instant Pot that I virtually never use. I got a air fryer, or whatever you call those things. I don't ever use that. And I've used each one once. And I got a frying pan. And that's about, and then my latest investment right there, baby.
It looks like a colander.
Well, it's just a 1-inch pizza pan.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's so that he can. I do the cloud bread. I make my pizza crust out of cloud bread. Oh my God! Cottage cheese, eggs. Separate the eggs. Mix the yolks in with the cottage cheese. Add a cup of mozzarella. Then you gently fold the really whipped the stiff peak whites in, and just kind of lay it down there. Bake it for 15, 20 minutes. Take it out, decorate it, throw it under the broiler. You got pizza. I'll tell you what, it's a pretty damn good pizza. It really is.
Well, the whole reason I'm going to break down and get an air fryer is tired of making a mess in the kitchen every time I cook just like a single steak or, 1 pound hamburger patty or something, I do a lot of my cooking outdoors. I smoke a lot of meat. I've got my fire pit. I cooked up, 6 or 7 steaks the other day and 2 pounds of hamburger patties and some venison sausage. For big jobs like that, I'm using my big cookers, and then I got a flat top, which I use a snot out of my flat top. I've got it outside. And so if I'm cooking a lot, I'll use those outside. But a lot of times I'm just going to, get a pound of hamburger and cook it up. And I'm just tired of the mess. And so I'd like something, especially with bacon and whatnot, instead of making a mess of the stove, splattering everywhere. I want to get I want to get one of them air fryers. I just see how well they're working for everybody else. So I want to give one a shot. I just haven't decided which one I want to buy yet. Still researching.
This fits my 12-inch frying pan, makes a very nice spatter screen, and cleans nicely.
Yeah, well, I put a lid on mine when I'm cooking. Still get splatter all over the stove, though.
I know, I do too.
Which, I mean, I got a wife to clean that up, and I appreciate her, but I hate putting her through all that work.
Spanky Golf Addict says there were over 3,500 watching Dr. Barry. Impossible to answer all the questions. Yeah, that's why you got to. That's if you want him to answer a question on Monday night, you're better off sending him a super chat or getting on very early and getting one of the first ones in. So, and 3,500 must have been a slow night for him because I've seen that number. I've seen that number double.
Yeah.
All right. Learned a trick about cooking bacon in the oven. Baking pan lined with foil, then put parchment paper on that. Interesting. Put the raw bacon on top, put into cold oven, and turn it up to 400, 70% less mess. So I do put mine on parchment paper. I do that, but I don't do the foil underneath though. But I used to make bacon on the stovetop in a pan, and And I'd smoke up the whole kitchen, you know, trying to brown it or blacken it just the way I wanted it. But I've recently started doing it in the oven, and I think it comes out perfect.
I'm going to be honest. I don't like it in the oven.
Mine comes out perfectly crispy. So
that's how they used to. I don't like mine crispy. I like mine chewy. When I was in the Army, that's how they cooked their bacon in the Army, and I couldn't stand it.
Yeah. I undercook my bacon. More nutritious that way for me.
If you get an air fryer, I recommend you get one with a temperature probe. That really helps with getting a perfect steak. Yeah,
I'm definitely got that under consideration.
Yeah, I tried the I think I saw a Michaela Peterson video one time where she said you take a frozen steak, frozen New York strip. That's her cut of choice. Mine also. Take it out of the freezer, put it in the air fryer for 8 minutes, and it cooks to a perfect medium. I did that. It was I ruined the steak. It was just bad. I didn't like it at all. So I don't know why. It wasn't for me. It looked good on the outside. It was still like cold and icy on the inside. It just didn't work. But like I said, mine's cheap, and it's set at 400 degrees. So it's always, I can't adjust the temperature, but I think that's what she even said to set it at, was set it for 400. Question from DS111B8B. Do you guys like tri-tip very much? I bought some Prime, seems pretty good.
Okay. I've got some tri-tip. Last cows I had butchered.
I'll be back while you talk about that.
Last cows I had butchered, my butcher asked me if I wanted some tri-tip out of it. And I said, yeah, I've never tried that. Go ahead and give it a shot. So I've got some tri-tip. It's all right. It's not fatty enough. That's just my opinion. But I slow smoked mine just like I would a brisket, and it came out pretty good. I mean, flavor wise, it was great. It just doesn't quite have enough fat to it. And I think it got real popular in California because Californians, and not meaning to offend anybody, but it's just what I've been told. And I lived there for 2 years myself. So I kind of experienced this. Californians don't know what good barbecue is anyhow, so they can't cook a brisket, but they do a pretty decent job with tri-tip because it's easier to cook than brisket is. Doesn't take near as long. But give it a shot, cook it how you like it. It is a good cut of meat. It's tasty, but be aware it doesn't have the fat that a brisket has.
Yeah, I went to my friendly butcher at this little family grocery store. They've got a nice meat locker. They got the beef all hanging in there. And so I bought I don't know what you call it in the pig, but it's what looks like the ribeye. It's very fatty. So I had one of those, and I had a really very fatty ribeye. And I sliced them very, very thin, like you were going to eat it. I diced it up into small pieces. And I mixed that with ground pork. Then I seasoned it to be hot Italian sausage.
Mm-hmm.
Then I put that on my pizza. Oh, my God. I like the little bits of meat in there instead of all ground up and packed tight, and kind of I call it loose sausage. It's I really loved it. And we had a sausage maker in the little town I grew up in, and there was chunks of meat in there. I loved it. And, it was great. And it wasn't real dense, real solid, Come you take some of these Italian sausages and you could throw them at somebody and hurt them. And, and it's just, I kind of, but Amy up there in Maine, the diabetic, she cooks she has comments on her posts. Somebody says, your bacon's raw. She goes, not raw, it's just not overcooked, and I'm eating it for the nutrition. But see, I have a big I got a big 12-inch frying pan, and I cook my bacon in that because it's nice to lay it out, and then my grease accumulates in there for a couple days. And then maybe once a week I'll do chicken wings in the frying pan in the bacon grease.
Yeah.
It's like the way, yeah, and so I kind of plan my things around like that, and I really love cooking a ribeye in butter. Throw a big tablespoon of butter in a small frying pan, throw a ribeye in there. Ooh, that's good.
All right. Catching up here on some comments here. Papa Carnivore says, I haven't had tri-tip for a while, but if I got it, I add lots of cold butter chunks with each bite.
Yep. Yep. It's just too lean.
Yeah. So I don't know if I've ever had tri-tip. It doesn't even sound familiar to me.
Yeah, like I was telling him, it's very popular out in California. They cook a lot of it out there, but I told them that's just because they don't know what good barbecue is.
Papa Carnivore says, "Where's Bob?" Here I am. I had to go use the bathroom real quick. Couldn't hold my fizzy water anymore, and I grabbed another one while I was down there. So I got these for the first time: San Pellegrino Chow. It comes in lime, peach, and this one's blood orange. The blood orange is actually really good. So, but this has one carb in it, so that's not.
Oh,
Yeah, it's not 0 carb. It's got 1 carb because they don't use natural flavors. They use actually some fruit, a little trace fruit juice. So, all right. Amy says, I have a video where I smoked a tri-tip and a picanha, and honestly, I like the picanha better because it's fattier. Yeah.
Yeah. I did a picanha here a couple of weeks ago, and it came out pretty good.
Yeah. Papa Carnivore just had some leftover flank steak with cold buttered chunks. It's very lean, so you got to add fat. Yeah. All right. Very good. Good to see you here, Papa Carnivore. Thanks for joining. Bride's Biscuit. I used to drink San Pellegrino growing up in New York City. It was everywhere. That and Perrier. I actually don't care for San Pellegrino's plain water. I like Saratoga, which I think is amazing. I like Topo Chico, which is okay, and not quite as amazing, but it's more flavorful. Here's what's interesting about Topo Chico is you can let Topo Chico get to room temperature and it still tastes good because it's a mineral water. Whereas these other waters, once they get to room temperature, I don't think they're any good anymore. I got to put them back in the fridge. All righty. Thomas made lamb chops and pork chops tonight.
Excellent.
And here's the question I thought was interesting. Both the drum and the flat are considered white meat. I did not think that was true. I thought the breast and the wings were white meat and the thighs and the legs were dark meat.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the drumstick part of the wing. That was my interpretation.
The drum is the flat is the wing and the drum is the leg. Yeah. So I thought the drum, which is the leg, is actually dark meat. So I don't know. I may be wrong, and Bride's Biscuit may be right. So
the drumstick is the leg part where you get where the drumstick's attached to the thigh.
Yeah, but he's talking about the big part, the bicep part of the wing versus the forearm part of the wing.
Oh,
we still call that a drum.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, the drum part of the wing.
Yeah.
Everything I ever knew about chicken was the breast and the wings are white meat, and the other two parts are dark meat.
So I just asked my favorite AI program here. I said, in chicken wing speak, is the drum a reference to the leg? And it says, yes, in chicken wing speak. Drum is short for drumstick, and that refers to the lower part of the chicken leg. So no, I think the drum is, when I say I like the drums and my wife likes the flats, we're talking about the leg. So here we go. Here's the next one. Is the chicken drum considered white meat or dark meat?
Just to let you know, Lambs has called us out.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's fine. Everyone's welcome to call me out. That's okay.
Yeah, we'll read what he says.
Hold on here. Let me go. I got to switch over to the other chat. Let me unstar this and white and dark meat is racist. That's what I got.
Now on the actual stream on my phone, that disappeared. I think he pulled it, but yeah, it was
okay. I got the
or the
YouTube
algorithm
chat
pulled
over
it.
here. I got the YouTube chat over
I
here.
cracked up when he said that.
Oh, usually it says so and so redacted a message. What's the one about that? The one about that says Topo Chico. Okay, yeah, no, it's just gone. Yeah, it's not even on over here. All right, yeah, no, you can't. When I'm using StreamYard, once StreamYard's raked the comment in, I got it.
No, I'm not racist. I eat them equally.
So drum and flat are usually how the two sections in the wing are described. I seen that, not around here, man. That's no, we're wings are wings and drums are legs. That's interesting.
Yeah,
must be different for you Southerners, maybe.
Yeah,
you Southerners with your grits and
you think
80-degree winters.
The bicep portion of the wing, it looks like a drumstick, like a miniature drumstick.
Yeah. And
that's why we call it drum or drumette.
Yeah, drumette.
So when you're getting wings, it's got wings and drums. Are those not little legs then?
No, it's this part of the wing. Look at a chicken wing. The flat is this part, and that's where your wing feathers are coming off of, and then this part, which is attached to the breast, or the shoulder, that is the drum.
Okay, so check this out. So I asked AI, and they're like a chicken drum, short for drumsticks, considered dark meat. Then it says, but I do have a quick clarification I want to make when it comes to drums and chicken wing speak from our previous chat. If you're talking about a chicken wing drumette, the thick one bone piece from the wing that looks like a mini drumstick, it's technically white meat because it's part of the wing. Okay. So,
but yeah, it's the drum.
Okay, all right. I didn't know that. I always thought that those were like little chicken legs.
No, they're wings.
I didn't know that.
Hey, Bob, have you ever bought the whole chicken wing, all three parts together?
I mean, no, just whatever the restaurant gives you.
Well, haven't you ever bought a whole chicken?
Buy them at the store.
I've bought it. Yeah, we bought chickens before. Yeah.
Well, there's three parts to the chicken wing.
I just noticed that the drums when you buy a chicken, the drums on it are about 10 times the size of the drums I get.
Yeah, technically, like Paul said, there's three parts to it. You actually have a shoulder, you have a bicep, and you have a forearm. I mean, in human speak.
Oh man, that's funny.
Could you show us how those wings work?
It's a chicken, not a quail. Oh, that's funny. I learned something tonight. Oh,
wow. Quail is all white meat.
Yeah. The Amish here eat pigeon, okay? And what they do is they go out and catch the pigeons wild, in the city, right? They bring them home and they lock them in their coop, which is usually up on the second story someplace. And this gets imprinted on them. They know where it is then, okay? And they get fed there every day. So after about 2 weeks, they open the door, the pigeon flies out, and there's a wire going through the garden, just a fence wire. They land on that fence wire and they take a poop. So they just fertilize the garden, they lighten their load, and they go off and they forage all day long, okay? Then they come back in the evening. Before dusk, they come back. They're almost like bats. They come right back. And they lay eggs, they hatch out, they make more pigeons, and it's a free source of food, and it's a free source of fertilizer for the garden. And I can't imagine cleaning pigeons for a meal. It's got to be a lot of work.
Nah, it ain't that tough. It's no worse than dove. Dove and pigeons are got to be related. I don't know that they are, but the meat's very similar, and the way they fly, their size. Pigeons are bigger than dove, and dove is a big thing that we hunt down here. We love dove hunting, and we love eating dove. But I popped a few pigeons, accidentally thinking they were dove, and I kill it, I eat it. I don't care. There ain't nothing wrong with it.
Brad's Biscuit learned that wings were white meat all last month. So, okay. All right. So you're just 30 days ahead of me. I just sent a chat. She hasn't read it yet. Down to my wife. She's downstairs. I said, I just learned that the little drumsticks when you order chicken wings are actually part of the wing and not tiny little legs.
So see, Carnivore has brought you mental clarity.
Right.
You'll learn something tonight.
Right. That's funny. I was mentally diseased before, but I have now been enlightened.
A study I would like to see is children raised on carnivore, and obviously this probably won't ever happen, but I'd like to see the correlation between brain development and carnivore diet in children. That's what I want. That's what I'd like to see.
That'd be interesting. There was a news segment months ago about carnivore babies, and then I was thinking, there's a young kid. He looks like might be 7th grade. That it keeps popping up on my Facebook reels, but he's a young animal-based eater. So he's always cooking eggs and steaks and some fruit. Like in a Paul Saladino kind of way, but he's more into the meats than he is the fruits. But for a young kid to be, shunning processed food and eating that way, it's actually pretty amazing. I enjoy watching his content.
Yeah, kudos to him.
Yeah.
Look at Dave. Yeah, go find Dave Dickman, and you'll be very impressed. At 9 years old, he gave up carbs. He didn't have a lot of choice, but he gave them up.
Yeah, isn't Dr. Barry raising his kids basically ketovore?
Yeah.
They're animal based, so they give his kids. Berries, blueberries and stuff, fit in nuts. That fits within the keto framework too. But he lets his kids eat fruit. So, yeah. So he's Dr. Barry's carnivore most of the time, ketovore once in a while, and then but he's actually not opposed to fruits. So, he's pretty balanced, so and that's why I gravitate towards him, a little more than normal than some of the other doctors. Let's see here. I'm curious. I'm fascinated to see if they ever track carnivore babies decades from now. I think it would be very interesting. Yeah, I think so too. According to the carnivores, and I think this is true. You don't have to lose your wisdom teeth if you eat right from young age up. If you eat meat and or include meat in your diet, and along with some other hard foods that require the use of your jaw, your jaw will develop bigger. You won't be malnourished, and you'll have plenty of room for those wisdom teeth. I still have mine, by the way. So
I don't. Lost mine in the Army.
Yeah, I've got mine.
A couple of them come in sideways.
Mine came in just fine. I remember having a little flap of gum I had to cut with like an X-Acto knife because I kept biting down on it. But yeah, mine came in. They're still there. And my dentist, like 5 years ago, was like, "You should. I know you've had those in there all your life, but you should still take those out." I'm like, "Whatever, man." And but yeah, I still have my wisdom teeth. But I was also like, I was one of those kids that, the parents made you eat everything on your plate and they cooked pretty much well-balanced meal. It's not like I didn't have, like sweets and candy once in a while, but they didn't give it to me all the time. I had to eat whatever they made for dinner. If it was meat, vegetables, whatnot, but then the next child, was more catered to, and grew up not liking a lot of foods. That's better as an adult though. And I tried to do the same thing to my kids, you know, like you got to eat your vegetables. You got to eat your vegetables. I did that for decades. And now I wish that I knew what I knew now. I'd be like, you know what? Forget those vegetables. You got to eat your meat. You got to eat your meat.
Yeah.
You know, our philosophy when I raised my children was, you might want to try that again a year or two from now because you might find out it's your favorite food. And I told a little story how I didn't like a certain food. And a couple years later, I tried it. It became my favorite food and still was to that day. And, you know, I had a bad childhood when it comes to food, but so be it, you know. It is what it was. And like I say, I think my next 10, 15, 20 years are going to be absolutely fantastic. And guess who has stopped eating a carbohydrate breakfast is my grandson. He's eggs and sausage almost every morning now.
Cool.
Good for him.
Gets up early for it. And that's a huge thing for him to get up early. I mean, you know, he's I'll have breakfast at school, Mom, because it saves time, you know, and now eggs and yeah, he's makes his own eggs and yeah, it's you know, God bless the little character, you know.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
His head's too big right now, but we'll see what happens.
I had this thing called 1 bite rule. So like I wanted to be like my parents and like, hey, you're not allowed down from the table unless you finish what's on your plate, because it worked for me. But the other half wanted to play short order cook, like, oh, we don't want them to go hungry, so let's make them a box of pasta, you know. And so then like we'd have one thing and the kids would have something else, and I'm like, I hated that. But so I'd have this 1 bite rule, like I'd get the vegetables out, the salad, be like, before you dig into that pasta, you have to have at least 1 bite of the salad, 1 bite of the vegetable, you know, because I promise you, if you give it a chance, you're going to like it, you know, and then after that you can do your thing. And they'd fight and cry over that, but they'd finally have their 1 bite so they could eat what they wanted, you know. And of course I was the big meanie. So, but like I said, if I could go back now, I wouldn't be that way. I'd be like, you gotta have a bite of this steak. You gotta have a bite of this chicken, you know?
We had really good kids that we raised, and they were never a problem for the most part. And I don't ever remember them having a problem eating. You know, they pretty much ate whatever me or Mama put in front of them. And it wasn't until years later when they were adults and we're talking about it that we found out how much they didn't like some of what we gave them. But being respectful children, they ate, you know, what we put in front of them. My wife was always sneaking vegetables into their food, and turns out they really resented it.
Bride's Biscuit says that her daughters have also stopped eating cereal and moved on to eggs and sausage every day. That's good. Brad Hagen says, raised on Angus beef and Jersey raw milk, never had a cavity, 60 years old. Awesome.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. DS111 is coming up on 3 years carnivore. So am I, and so is Jeff.
Yep.
And my 18-year-old daughter has made ground beef only once, I believe. She only wants takeout in Starbucks. And, you know, that's, yeah. Okay, I can relate to that, too.
I mean, you know, where I go to the grocery store, there's a Starbucks out in the kind of the middle of the parking lot. And I count the cars every time I go in there. 10 cars, 9 cars, 8 cars, 12 cars. They're doing a hell of a business, that's all I can tell you.
Well, when I was 18, I was living on Dr. Pepper and hamburgers. So, you know, I can relate. That's just how it is.
We got a new place here called 7 Brew. That's a drive-through, and like you'll have traffic blocking 1 lane down the street. You go into their parking lot, place your order on one side, drive around the building, pick your order up on the other, and you can only make a right out of there because traffic is just too crazy. And yeah, I don't know what people see with. I just don't understand going somewhere and dropping $7 to $12 on a drink. That's what I was, because like, you know, I got like a sugar-free fizzy something. It was like, you know, carbonated water with some sugar-free blue raspberry syrup in it or something. Because I went through there with my wife and I was like, I want something sugar-free. And so she said, oh, why don't you give one of these fizzies a try? I'm like, okay. It was like $6. I'm like, gone.
You might as well go to the bar and have a drink, right?
I'm like, you kidding? You know, I was like, well, people are dropping money on these drinks all the time. $10 coffee is crazy.
Bob, to be honest, I feel the same way about you guys that drink all that fancy water.
Oh, yeah.
I can't. Every time I go to the store, I think, man, I'd like to try that, but I can't bring myself to drop the dime on it. You know, not when I've got good old tap water.
The Saratoga here just went to $3 a bottle. It was $2.69. Yeah. It went to it was $2.89. Then they went to $2.99 for that little 28-ounce bottle.
Yeah, it's $2.99 down here at the Meijer in the glass bottle. It's $1.99 for the same amount in a plastic bottle. And then I was getting it at BJ's Wholesale Club. I was getting like a 12-pack for like $19.99, but for the last month they've been out of stock. So it's supposed to be coming back.
It's not fizzy. It's in the plastic bottle. It's not fizzy though.
No, they got they got fizzy ones in the plastic bottles here. Oh, I know what you're talking about. They do make a Saratoga still water.
Yeah. That's what it is.
Yeah, but no, they make a Saratoga fizzy water both in a plastic bottle and in a glass bottle.
They don't stock more than 10 or 12 bottles in our store. I mean,
I do love my Saratoga. So
I got 5 bottles for $5.
Oh, that's good deal.
And I drank them all. They were gone in 3 or 4 days. That ain't much in that bottle. I mean,
28 ounces. Yeah.
I suck it down. I mean, it's good. I agree with you. It's great stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I could drink $10 of it every day. I just not on my budget, right now.
So I had 2 small pancakes Sunday at breakfast at a restaurant with my buddy after church, and then came home and ate a ground beef and eggs with a big chunk of cold cheese to consolidate it. It is what it is.
Bacon Runner showed this cream cheese chaffle, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And they're a little lighter. They're not as dense. They're very nice. So I made 2 of those and put them in my frying pan with butter on the bottom. And I put, I think it was like a white cheddar cheese, some ham, and then a real American cheese, not processed cheese food. And then another waffle, and then I threw the lid on it. And after a while, I flipped it over and buttered the other side. Oh my God. It was like a grilled ham and cheese. It was really good. It was good.
Sounds good. It
was good. Yeah. Bacon
DS11
got a lot of neat little tricks.
Yeah. DS11. Now, so if you had those 2 small pancakes Sunday, just because it was a social event, and you probably won't touch pancakes again for several months, I don't think it's a big deal. As
long as it didn't affect you.
Right. Now, if you're the type of person that you have 2 small pancakes on a Sunday, and then now the rest of the Sunday you're jonesing for carbs, and Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you're craving carbs because it triggered that addictive memory in you or whatnot, then that's the type of person that's like, you absolutely can't do that. But you had 2 small pancakes on Sunday, oh well, get right back on the train and keep chugging along. It's not the end of the world. So because we're the reasonable carnivores here. We don't take your carnivore card away from that. No. All right. It is 10:30. So this is your last chance to jump on screen because we're going to wrap this up by 11. So let me paste this link again. Click that StreamYard link and join us on the screen with your device. We've got 34 people still tuned in and watching. And we had 2 on Facebook. They're gone, but now we've picked up 2 over on X. So very good.
We have staying power.
Yeah. Yeah, we stay in the 30s. You know, usually whatever we get to, like we peaked at 44, but we stayed in the upper 30s for most of the time. That's usually constant. And like when we peaked at 64, we were actually in the upper 50s for that whole segment. So, and at the end of the show, when we actually log off, Jeff and I will chat for a little bit, and we'll look at the stats to see how many people actually tuned in and when and how long they stayed and stuff. It's just fun to look at. So the Cyclone Drew said, "Enjoyed your Dr. Kilt's appearance, Bob. Hope you are feeling and doing great." I am pretty much, you know, nothing's changed. I just had kidney labs and a kidney visit with my nephrologist last week. My EGFR via creatinines improved a little. EGFR with cystatin Cs improved a little. Both good signs. No miraculous recovery since the fenofibrate incident, which tells me that it did cause some long-term permanent damage that it's going to take a while to reverse, if it's going to at all. Potassium still runs high. Phosphorus still runs a little high. But I'm still symptom-free, minus maybe a little itching once in a while. And but that's that. And in fact, I need to make an update video. It's going to be one of my videos. Here's the update I promised, then never delivered. So because I should have made an update video last spring, and I just got busy and never got around to it. So now I've had two blood draws and 2 visits since then. So I got some more data that I can share, and more videos on the way. Now that I got my taxes done, I'm going to have more free time. The real Dr. Nelson was talking about. Oh no, this is the comment. He made a comment about McDonald's earlier, but this is about butter. Not even the salted will go bad. It would take longer than it really lasts in our house. Yeah, and that's what Jeff was saying. You know, once you get it out, he says a stick a day. And I'm the only one that really uses butter. So like I might use some to cook my eggs in, and then I might use some to cook my steak in, and that's my butter use for the day. So I go through it much slower. Unless I make butter bites or something like that. Lambs says, some people love liver. I can't get it down if it's cooked. I guess it's signaling from the body, like having a sudden craving for fish I have sometimes. So, you know what's interesting is like, I've made liver at my house a few times, and most of the time it turns out terrible. The one time it turned out good, it was I cooked a bunch of bacon on the stovetop pan, and I had all that bacon grease left over, and I threw the liver in the bacon grease, cooked it into the bacon grease, and I had it with my breakfast. So I had liver, bacon, and eggs, and that liver was okay. Most of my liver I cook, and I'm like, oh, I can barely get it down. However, if I go to a restaurant, I don't know what it is, but I can get liver and onions at a restaurant. It is amazing. And
just a little tip on cooking liver. I'm not a big fan of liver. I have some livers that are like buffalo liver, bison liver. I don't know what it is about it, but it tastes really good. But regular calf liver, I've never been a fan of. But I think a lot of people overcook their liver. If you overcook it, it's not as good. You want to leave it a little pink. And I think that's where a lot of people get in. It's just like with a lot of wild game, like wild duck. Wild duck tastes absolutely nothing like domestic duck. Totally different animals. And I get a lot of people that, man, I tried some of that duck, tastes like liver. It's just got such a strong taste. Well, you're overcooking it. Cook it medium rare. Keep it pink. And it's usually better that way.
Yeah, interesting. I cooked it one time where we recommended it rare. So all I did was I sear one side, sear the other. And that one didn't go down too well either. But I was going to make the comment based on his comment. Is this still on the screen? Yeah. I can't get it down if it's cooked. So one time, out of curiosity, as I was preparing to cook liver, I decided to cut pieces off of it and eat it raw. It was actually tasty, and the texture didn't bother me. But I was really surprised. I was like, I can't believe this. When you cook it, it totally changes it. Whereas when you ate it raw, like it was easy and went down just fine. I was like, I could eat this all the time. But then I'm like, well, it's
try it
gross.
again. Next time, just do a quick sear and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Try it that way. Now me, I'm not a big fan of it. My wife cooks chicken livers, and the way she cooks chicken livers, they're okay. They're palatable, but not something I want to eat all the time. So like I've said in the past, I make liver pate or liverwurst.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the way I eat my liver.
All right. Bacon Runner said, I loved watching your interview last night with Amy, Paul. You tell a mighty powerful story.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, and here's the comment. The real Dr. Nelson said, McDonald's comes from multiple cows, but it's good emergency food, less bad. Yeah, and that is true. So when you get a quarter-pound patty, there could be more than one cow in that patty. I don't think that's a big deal. I don't think that's a big deal myself. But,
yeah. It's not, and to be honest, all your ground beef is like that.
Yeah.
Now what you get at the butcher shop, it's probably made by, one or two cows. But what you buy in the tubes in a grocery store, there ain't no telling how many cows, because they're doing a big mass amount of grinding. And so they're throwing hundreds of pounds at a time into the grinders, to grind that up. And that meat's just coming down the assembly line. They have no idea how many different cows it comes from. So, that's you're going to find that in most of your ground beef.
In 1976, I went to Dad's Dog Food, the can division, where it's canned meat, okay? I was amazed at the quality of the cuts of beef that were going into dog food.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy was explaining the different grades of beef in America, okay? And a lot of them look highly similar to each other. They're, I'm not sure how they grade some of the lower grades, but, there's people where I grew up in the country, they raised Holstein bulls, okay? They castrated them, but they would grow a Holstein steer and butcher it for meat. And again, if you're a good cook, you learn how to cook that kind of stuff. And I had some very good Holstein steer burgers. I know that much.
Yeah, there's like 8 different grades of meat, and generally what you're going to find in the dog food is going to be your cutter or can grades. It's not a quality beef that most humans aren't going to like it. So they cook it and chop it up for dog food. But usually all we see is the prime, the choice. But like a lot of times when you find this commercial grade hamburger, that's classified as commercial grade beef. It's a step below. They're not going to make this beef out of choice or prime or anything like that. It's just a lesser quality, and they judge that when they butcher it. They've got their ways of judging the meat.
All right. Going back to Steak and Butter Gal, Coach Mullins said that she talked about In-N-Out, McDonald's, Burger King, and I don't remember the other one that she mentioned when she called Burger King the worst. Yeah, so I'd probably agree with her there. So, yeah, and my local Burger King, they don't like to. If you ask for sides of beef patty, they won't do it. You got to actually order a burger and tell them no bun or remove the bun yourself. Whereas McDonald's, you can say from your a la carte menu, I want 4 sides of quarter-pound patty. So, and that's what I'll do. I'll get that and a large unsweetened iced tea. and that'll be my lunch sometimes while I'm out in the work. We're out in the field working. And I can eat that with a clean conscience. So Steadfast says the Instapot has a sous vide setting. I make L. Ruteri in it, and if you get a model with a dehydrator or the specialty lid with it, you can do that too. Brad Hagen loves sous vide. Put seasoning in a vacuum bag, and then you cook the meat. The flavor is unparalleled to anything else. And that's why I want to get one. I mean, I cook a good steak now, but I just think I think a sous vide might help me cook the perfect steak.
Mm-hmm.
The sous vide really shines with the grass fed.
Mm-hmm.
That's where it really trumps everything.
DS111 says, if anybody here starts smoking cigars on screen, I will leave the live stream. Give me a break. Well, nobody here smokes, right?
No.
Yeah, no, we're all too smart to smoke.
I'm tobacco clean. Of course, you know, I did get angry when I now I quit smoking when I got out of the Army in 1979 because I developed bronchitis. But I dipped snuff for 33 years, so it was not a big deal getting off the cigarettes. But I did enjoy, back when I used tobacco, I did enjoy a good cigar once in a while. And the biggest thing I hated, and this is sad to say, but one of the biggest things I hated about the Obama presidency is while he was president, I quit tobacco. And I know I can't ever touch tobacco. I don't even want to touch it with my fingers. I don't want that. I don't want any of it anywhere near me anytime, you know, because I'm so afraid of the addiction. And what made me so mad is he lifted the sanctions on the Cuban cigars. And I always had wanted to try a real Cuban cigar. And he lifted the sanctions after I quit tobacco. And that just really made me angry. So I'll never get to try a Cuban cigar.
Oh, you were probably still going through withdrawals. That's why you were angry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even know that. I just don't spend most of my time. I don't spend much time paying attention to politics.
Yeah.
So,
well, it was yeah, DS 111. Yeah, it was a big tradition on our deer lease that when you got your buck, you know, you broke out the high dollar cigar. And that's the only time I ever smoked a cigar was, you know, just at the deer lease, the guys sitting around the campfire, you know, we got our beer, we got our whiskey, you know, and you get the big buck, you know, you got to get out that $5 cigar and smoke it. It was just a traditional thing.
Jenny Middich has these Ketovore roll-ups that I made. Basically some sliced corned beef, a slice of Swiss, and a scoop of sauerkraut. Oven for 10 minutes, roll up, mustard smear, Reuben roll-up. That sounds delicious.
I saw that. I watched that video. I looked it up, and I've got to make those because I love corned beef.
Yeah, I would try it. I like corned beef.
Just bought like 100 pounds of corned beef, like 80 pounds they bought. It was $2 a pound.
Well, that's a good deal.
And she had they're canning it. They canned it all.
Yeah, I like corned beef, and I occasionally get some sauerkraut. When we make a roast in the crock pot, I'll usually get a little sauerkraut to go with it. Because crock pot beef is good, but it tends to be dry, and I get flavor fatigue pretty fast with it. So in order to eat enough, I'll have a little sauerkraut with it. Carnivore and STL, if you drink raw liver with water, it's like a pill. Goes down easy and has a minimal aftertaste. Yes. After you get comfortable doing it, you can do larger and larger pieces. Yeah, actually, I've heard that as a great tip. You take your liver, chop it up into like 1 ounce pieces, and freeze it. And every day you just take one out, down it like a pill. And that way you get your nature's multivitamin. You get your multivitamin that day by getting your serving of liver. So yeah, that's a good tip. All right, that's the end of my starred comments. Let's see what I've missed over here. We're in the last 10 minutes, by the way. Let's see here. Yeah, I can do raw liver perfectly. It's the only way I can evade the irony taste. Yeah. Obama is a villain. Maybe. I don't know. Like I said, I didn't pay attention. He was charismatic, seemed like a cool dude. But, like I said, I didn't pay any attention at the time. I try not to pay attention anytime. It's just one area of life where people get together and fight and argue, and I have nothing to do with that. Cigarnivores, not welcomed here. Cigarnivores. Don't smoke or chew. Can't keep mouth shut long enough to do either one. See, but I tell you what I do is, and I don't do it every day, but I'm a gum chewer. Anybody else still chew gum, or did you kick that on your carnivore diet? I still will chew sugar-free gum.
I haven't had the teeth for gums and for chewing gum in years.
Somebody needs to invent cigars that are made of meat and smoke that.
I smoke meat all the time. Yeah. I just don't inhale. To invoke the memory of another president.
Yeah.
My grandfather grew tobacco. And you know what he grew it for? The horses.
Oh,
and yeah, in 1910, when my grandfather started his dairy, he would deliver milk door to door, and it was a horse and wagon or a horse and bobsled. And he always grew tobacco and would dry the whole leaf. It would hang up in the barn. And if I don't know what happens to a horse. I don't know that much about horses, but they would hurt, their legs would be sore. So he'd wet the tobacco and wrap it around the horse's leg. Then use like a roller bandage so to really secure it. And a day later, he cut the bandage off and take the tobacco leaf off, and the horse seemed to be a lot better. Yeah, I don't know. He just.
I don't.
He grew. My grandfather grew dandelions too. He grew dandelions. He cultivated them.
Yeah, I don't know the medicine behind the tobacco leaf in doing that. I'm not sure how that would work, but it sounds interesting. It wouldn't surprise me none that there'd be some medicinal benefits. When I dipped snub, I did Copenhagen for, like I said, 33 years. When I gave it up, when I quit, I quit when I turned 50. And when I quit, one of my biggest fears of quitting was I was losing my medicine, because that is the best medicine to put on bee stings, scorpion stings, any kind of sting you got from any critter. You put that on it and it takes it right out. I used it on my kids. You just take a dip, moisten it a little bit, put it on that bee sting, that wasp sting, that scorpion sting. I don't care what it is. And within a few minutes, it's gone. And so that was one thing I hated about giving it up, is, boy, I get stung again, and I'm going to get stung again. Everything in Texas bites you, sticks you, or stabs you. It's just how it is.
Learn something every day.
Yeah, it works.
Bob's homeopathic.
Let's see here. I doubt tobacco is harmful. Is the junk tobacco companies add to it? No, I think it's pretty well proven that tobacco is harmful. I mean, it's a plant. The nicotine in it is a plant toxin. That's what it is. Just like your oxalate, your lectin, your whatever. You got plant toxin in the form of nicotine. And that's it has an addictive effect on humans, maybe other animals. So, yeah. Of course, it's going to be worse if you combust it. You light it on fire and you inhale the smoke. Well, that's not what your lungs were designed for. It's not what tobacco was designed for. And then but you also make a valid point. Like, I've heard that the tobacco companies add something like 4,000 chemicals to it. That sounds extreme. I don't know if that's true, or maybe when you burn it, it releases or produces up to 4,000 very bad chemicals. So definitely they're not doing it any justice by adding chemicals to it. Burning it doesn't do any justice to it. I can't think of any valid use of a tobacco plant at all.
Good insecticide.
Insecticide?
Yep.
Mm-mm.
Yep.
Yeah. Chewing it, you can have gum disease, gum cancers, mouth cancers, things like that. So it's not completely innocent.
Oh yeah, my farrier, he developed cancer. I think it was like in his jaw, something like that. He had a pretty rough battle. He made it through it, with the help, blessings, and healings of the Lord. He made it through it, but he had a rough go for a while there, and he don't dip no more. That's for sure.
There's also a derivative of nicotine in tobacco called nicotinamide, and what it does is expand your blood vessels. So in the 1972 Olympics, they had these vacuum cleaners that were smoking cigarettes, and they were collecting. They were using a cold water process to separate the nicotinamide out, and they would mix it with hot water and drink it before an event. And it would expand your blood vessels, get more oxygen to the muscles, and give you explosive power. So any of the lifting guys or short duration like a sprint, it was a very valuable drug, and they identified it, banned it, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. We have nicotine is not more addictive than caffeine. That could be true. I mean, like sugar, they say sugars is
as one who is
like heroin.
As one who has quit both, I'll disagree with that.
Okay.
It was a whole lot tougher for me to get off of tobacco than it ever was for me to get off of coffee or tea. I had no problem getting off of those. That was just a little bit of willpower. But getting off nicotine was tough, real tough.
Yeah.
And here's something else too. So different products have different amounts of nicotine in them. And I went through a program to help me quit. And this program is supposed to be the #1 program in the United States for helping people get off tobacco. And it only has a 20% success rate. And they're the best. Okay. So when they were evaluating me, she says, okay, so you dip snuff. What do you dip? I said, Copenhagen. She says, how much do you dip? I said, a can a day. She said, how long have you been doing this? I said, 33 years. So she said, all right, we're going to throw the whole program at you. You are highly addicted. And I said, well, I could have told you that. And so they had me on an antidepressant, Wellbutrin, because that helps cut down on the cravings. They had me on the strongest patch that they had, and they had me slowly adding fake snuff and herbal snuff to my regular snuff and reducing it over weeks, over a several week period of time. I'd buy 6 cans of Copenhagen and 1 can of herbal snuff, mix them all together, and then repack my cans. And then when those were gone, I'd buy 5 cans of Copenhagen and 2 cans of herbal snuff, mix those together until finally I got down to 6 cans of herbal snuff and 1 can of Copenhagen. And then that's the last of the Copenhagen I'm ever going to take. And I'm going to tell you what, it was, even with all that they were throwing at me, it was a battle. But what she told me during the evaluation, I said, how do you know I'm so addicted? And she says, do you know how much nicotine you take into your body every day? And I said, no, ma'am, I don't. She says, well, Copenhagen and Skull, they are the two, those 2 snuffs made by the same company have the highest amount of nicotine of any chewing tobacco out there. She says, you are, and she was wrong on this. I'm just saying what she said. She said that I was taking in on a daily basis the equivalent of 333 cigarettes a day in nicotine worth. She was wrong. I looked it up and I found different numbers, and the numbers I found was 166 equivalent, 166 cigarettes a day of nicotine equivalency. But still, 166 is quite a bit. And so that's why it's so much more addictive to coffee than coffee. It's because it's such a high concentration.
That's like 8
and
packs of
they say,
cigarettes.
yeah, the equivalent of nicotine that I was taking in my body daily from one can of Copenhagen was 166 cigarettes a day. And so no wonder it was tough getting off of it. But I got off of it. And now I have no more addictions. I no longer have a food addiction, a sugar addiction, a tobacco addiction, a caffeine addiction. Nothing. I'm as clean as I can get.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So dangerous. Especially over time, because nicotine can cross, the blood-brain barrier. Nicotine can cross the placental barrier between a mother and a child. It's known to constrict blood vessels, raise blood pressure. It can even help increase insulin resistance. So, there's a lot of negative effects to nicotine. Definitely not as nearly as bad as combusted, burning, nicotine. That's going to be a lot worse. You burn something and inhale it, and you're not meant to do that. So that you're going to have a lot more. That's going to be more dangerous. Oh, hi, Willow. It's my puppy dog. But nicotine's not safe. There's no such thing as safe nicotine. And let's see here.
Isn't there some medicines that contain nicotine?
I think you're right.
Isn't nicotine can be a medicinal thing? I'm not sure. It just seems to me in the back of my mind. I remember reading something on that.
Do some medicines contain nicotine? According to the all-powerful Grok, yes. Okay. Well, okay, some medicines contain nicotine, but only a specific category designed for one purpose, helping people quit smoking and reduce nicotine. So medicines like nicotine patches, nicotine gum, nicotine lozenges, nicotine nasal spray, and nicotine inhalers.
Yeah, that's not what I was thinking of.
Yeah.
I was just thinking, I read somewhere one time where they were using nicotine as a therapy or something for something, using it as medicine, but I can't remember for what.
Yeah. Let's see here. It's 11 o'clock, so we're wrapping this up. What do we have here?
I like DS111's comment.
Coffee is my only supplement.
No, not wanting to waste money keeps me from engaging in many potential addictions I would have. I like that.
Yeah, and absolutely true. See, the real danger is cigarettes, not cigars or the controlled vapes. So, again, cigarettes is by far worse than cigars and vapes, but cigars and vapes are also bad for you. So there's just no winning when it comes to smoking, so can't recommend it. I'm addicted to live chats. I like that. Very good. All right. Well, we're here to feed your addiction. The lungs have limited capacity to process or remove actual vaporized oils. Be safe. You know what I saw on a reel earlier from a doctor that's actually probably really bad for you, I heard, was scented candles. So scented candles could actually be very bad for you. They would highly recommend not burning those in your house.
Yeah, I saw a video on that last year, I believe.
Yep. Might depend on the scent or something, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's a chemical being released into the air.
Mm-hmm.
We've got too many chemicals that we're inhaling now as it is.
Number one cause of death?
I worked
number one cause of death. I'm sorry, go ahead.
For 41 years, I worked in an environment where we had a lot of chemicals in the air. A lot of guys that I know have lung cancer or died of lung cancer. I even had a nodule on my lung that thankfully turned out to be nothing. That was always a real thing in where I worked. And I was to the point where I could not stand going into a store that had scented candles in it. They just stunk to high heavens. I didn't want those chemicals getting into my, and that's just the scent coming off them. They're not even burning. You know, I can't walk through a section of the store that has cologne or perfume or anything like that where you can smell it. It just makes me sick.
I've been in food processing plants. There's no smoking on the premises, not even in your car. They're worried about the smoke getting into any of the food whatsoever, which was kind of surprised me. And of course, the cologne and perfumes were banned outright. And it was a nice place to work. You didn't have to smell all that crap.
Yeah, we were always inhaling some kind of chemicals from paints or oils or degreasers. You go down to the degrease shop and everybody's toolboxes down there were bare metal, just because the vapors coming off the vats would just take the paint right off their toolboxes.
Oh yeah,
and you're breathing that. You're breathing that.
Yep. I mean, look at the mercury vapors. Mad Hatters, the hat makers.
Mad as a hatter, yeah.
Yep. This.
And when I was a kid, we'd break open thermometers and play with the mercury with our hands.
Yeah, deadly.
So Lambs, I don't know what you're saying that I'm wrong about. Okay, because I'm not. All right, I've actually agreed with you that cigarettes are the worst offender when it comes to carcinogens, added chemicals. Cigars are comparable, but better. Okay, but they're still high. Vapes would be the lowest, but they're not free of carcinogens, and they're definitely not healthy. So none of the three options are safe. But you've got the least safe, you got less safe, and you got the safer of the three. But that doesn't. But just because I'm using the word safe in that context, they're not safe. So
let me clarify something about what he's talking about, though. Nicotine. Is nicotine carcinogenic? Is nicotine what's bad for you? I think, from my understanding, from what I've read on the subject, it's not nicotine. It's the tars and chemicals. Mainly the tars. It's the tars that are so bad for you in the tobacco.
I would agree with that. You know, I know the nicotine is
I think that's where he's coming from on this.
You know, but the nicotine is not like, harmless. That's what I'm saying.
It's still a chemical.
But it's definitely the least harmful than the other things. We have a stranger wanting to join. Let's say hi to him real quick.
He's not going to be here long.
Yeah, howdy. Yeah, we're going to sign off shortly, but tell us about yourself. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, I guess. What, you want me to tell y'all a little bit about myself?
Yeah, well,
sure.
Yeah. What makes you join us here on Carnivore Talk?
I disagree with the lifestyle specifically. If it's you solely eat meat, but specifically, I'm a syndicalist. Pretty progressive.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So, not some of us eat exclusively meat. Others actually incorporate some other foods, fruits and vegetables into your diet. So, we're not strict on this channel. We're not, strict carnivore zealots as you might see on some other channels. So,
well, I'm not. I've spoken with quite a few vegans on the subject, so it's interesting to speak to some people on the reverse end of it.
Okay,
that's cool. It's great to get different perspectives.
Yeah, and I'm not anti-vegan on this channel either. I got plenty of vegan friends, and I do believe that veganism, thanks to modern technology, is a sustainable lifestyle in the century that we live in. So, and I can appreciate those who have who do veganism for moral reasons, because they love animals and don't want to see any harm come to animals. So I can completely appreciate that perspective.
The morality aspect of it seems to mainly be with how terrible the conditions in factory farming is, with like how, you know, newborn hatchlings, if they're male, they just get tossed into a shredder, you know, where they'll feed like the mother pigs their piglets that passed away, and just like how cramped and, you know, terrible the conditions are, which I can agree with that, but also, you know, they're filling a lot of these animals with like growth hormones and stuff, and, you know, we eat that. We eat the stuff we put into those animals.
And so I will also, we're all going to agree when we watch videos of factory farming and the horrible conditions and the way that these animals are treated. We completely agree with you in there too. So, you know, we are actually on the same page. We do try and support, if someone can afford it, a local rancher and regenerative farming.
We'll agree there.
You know, where animals don't go through that kind of, you know, torturous environment. And we think that's, you know, we'd like to see them treated humanely, and we would like to see them, you know, if they're going to be processed for food, we'd like to see them treated humanely, you know, when it comes to, you know, that particular stage and ending their life, you know. And so yeah, it tugs at our heartstrings too. We don't like it either. And
But
some of those details I'm not too aware of. I've never heard of a male animal being ripped away and tossed immediately into a shredder. That sounds kind of like an exaggeration.
no, it's like I've been seeing these videos of it. So it's hatchling chickens, because they can't, like, you know, you can't really do anything with the males, so they call it culling.
Yeah, and they use it.
And
I've heard of this.
They call that feedback.
I'll tell you right now, I'm a farmer. I raise my own animals, and I raise some for profit, and I raise mostly for my own food. And I know where you're coming from on that, but see, here's what they're doing. On those, my understanding, I'm not involved on that commercial side of it, so I don't know how accurate this is on, you know, one end or the other. But my understanding, what they're doing is that's going into fertilizer, and that fertilizer is going right back into the ground to grow the vegetables that the vegans are eating. And when it comes down to this whole thing of, well, from a moral aspect, we don't, you know, I can't eat something that has a face, you know, I can't eat something that looks at me, you know, I can't kill an animal. The vegans in reality kill millions more animals than we do. I can kill 2 cows and live all year on it. And yet the vegans, they are supporting an industry that kills millions of bugs, birds, and wildlife every single year just to get them their broccoli, their tomatoes, their cauliflower. You know, so none of us are innocent when it comes to the death of animals and how we eat. And here's the deal. It's a nature. It's a law of nature that for one thing to live, something else must die. That's just the way it is. You're not going to get away from it. So even the vegans, they're killing. They just don't get to see their kill. Me, I can look mine in the eye before I pop them between the eyes.
I agree with you there.
Yeah.
I mean, well, I mean, especially in that aspect. I mean, I say that I hunt animals, and a lot of vegans kind of get, you know, they kind of get mad at me for it. But I want to ask y'all the same question I asked them to start off with. So, you picking the carnivore lifestyle, is this for health reasons, or is this for another, what's it called? Or, like, is this for health reasons, or is this for a different reason specifically?
I would say for nearly 100% of people who adopt this lifestyle, it was for health reasons. So I know it was for me. You know, I was previously eating, I mean, anything and everything, the standard American diet, pizza, Doritos, candy, and I had pre-diabetes, chronic kidney disease, ulcerative colitis, and I was 60 pounds heavier. And I yo-yo dieted all my life, and I've got content, you know, about telling my story and stuff. But to sum it up, the only diet that ever worked for me was a low carb diet, that I first got exposed to by a neighbor who gave me a copy of Dr. Atkins' New Diet Revolution back in 1995 or 96. And so my life from then until just recent years was I'd go on a low carb diet. I would go from 230 pounds down to 180. And then I'd go off the diet, return to my old habits, gain all the weight back, do it again. Weight would come off, gain it back. Weight would come off, gain it back. And so I had some, when I got into my 40s, I had some serious medical issues, and I decided this might be my last chance to try and get my eating habits on track. So I went back to a keto diet, and I was a plant heavy keto diet then. So I always ate meat, but I was, a lot of salads and, a lot of asparagus and stuff like that, along with my chicken breasts and whatnot. And I took off weight slowly. But then as I was looking for recipes, to make keto meals that the family would enjoy, because they weren't enjoying my newfound cooking. And I came across these doctors that not only did they support keto, they supported this carnivore diet, which to me initially sounded absolutely crazy, because I was always raised, you got to eat your fruits and vegetables. I was raised from a religious background that taught that mankind originally ate exclusively fruits and vegetables. And so I'm like, the whole idea of eating nothing but meat, I was like, that can't be right. That doesn't sound healthy at all, because it conflicts with what we're all taught by the mainstream. But I decided to give it a try in 2023 when I broke a bone and I could no longer exercise. And so I was like, well, I'm going to try this carnivore diet. And while I was laid up playing PlayStation and sitting in a recliner for 6 weeks, I just ate carnivore and the weight melted off me. My blood pressure went down. I cured my ulcerative colitis, and I had I've got a whole host of other benefits I enjoyed. And so I became kind of sold on it then, and I've stuck to it mostly since then. I readily admit that I still eat fruits and vegetables from time to time, but it's seldom. But what I have sworn off is anything man-made, so I don't eat. I'm not going to eat donuts. I'm not going to eat Doritos. I'll only eat it if I can find it. If God or nature provided it, I think and it's a single ingredient whole food, I think it's fair game. People have been eating that way since the dawn of time. And so that's my personal food philosophy. Now, some others here, they'd like to stick strict carnivore. I'm mostly carnivore most days of the week, but like I said, it doesn't bother me any to eat off plan, as it were. Although my plan does make allowance for that. Yeah. And so do I think that carnivore by itself is some kind of miracle? Yes and no. No, I think that just eating whole foods and staying away from ultra processed foods, I think, is the key. Yes, in that while meat consumption and fat consumption has been demonized for like the last, say, 70 years, I think we're actually better off with it. So I think meat has a place in a proper human diet. But I also think that the use of plants also has a place. So I think that you can actually exist without plants, because meat actually has all the nutrition that the human body needs. You can get everything you need to live from meat, but you can't get everything you need to live from plants. And that's why when I say that you can do it today with today's technology, is because you can be a vegan now, but the things that your body requires that you can only get from meat, well, today you can at least get that in a pill form. And so that's why veganism today is sustainable, but it wouldn't have been sustainable centuries ago because of that reason. So that's my personal take on it. So
everybody on this panel,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Bob. I was just going to say, everybody on this panel came to this for health reasons. So Bob, chronic kidney disease, ulcerative colitis. Me, I reversed atrial fibrillation, heart disease. I reversed Crohn's disease. I went from not being able to walk 100 yards to now I can briskly walk over 5 miles without any issues. I've had so many cures, so many reversals in my body. I'm off of all my medications. I went from 225 pounds down to 165 pounds, and I'm maintaining it without any problem. I'm back to hitting the weights, being in the gym. You know, I'm back to living life again. I was 66 years old and felt like I was 86 years old with one foot in the grave. Now I'm 69 years old and I feel like I'm 49 years old with a whole life ahead of me. And I am a strict carnivore. I eat nothing but meat, salt, and water, period. I don't drink any coffee. I will back up. I will have a little bit of kimchi or a little bit of sauerkraut once in a while, but I take that as a medicine for gut biome, and that's it.
Yeah.
And that's on a very limited basis. But most of us come because we were dying. We eating a standard American diet. We were dying, and then Paul on our board here, he's a diabetic, and this is helping him with his diabetes. You know, so most of us do come because we are sick, and this heals us. This fixes us. What it does, the meat itself doesn't fix anything, but what it does is it allows our body, our metabolism, to get healthy. And when you have a healthy metabolism, it can fight disease. It can fight arthritis. You lose the inflammation in your body, so you know you feel better. You don't have the arthritis bothering you like it did, and we just feel so much better doing this. And you know, and they're telling us you can't reverse type 2 diabetes. You can't reverse Crohn's disease. You can't reverse this. You got to take these medicines. No, you don't. You can totally reverse this stuff. And we're proof of it. And there's millions of us just like us that are doing the same thing. And like our theme tonight was mental health. Okay. We've got people on here tonight that are testifying what it's done for their depression, what it's done for their psychosis. You know, there's so many benefits to going back to eating an ancestral diet, which is what we call this. There's so many benefits. And once we experience this, we just can't go back. We can't go back to the old ways.
And when you look at the human body, we're Homo sapiens. You look at the digestive system that we have. We're not cows. We don't have 4 stomachs. We can't ferment and digest
fiber,
plant matter. Okay,
you got to be specific. You can digest some plant matter, but you can't. But fiber's not in there.
Right.
We do have a cecum. So
when you get right down to it, in the human body, we have no need for even 1 carbohydrate. We have no need for even 1 gram of fiber, day in, day out. Okay, I've been super 0 carb for 8 months now. I've made it through all the holidays, 0 carb, and I'm basically a type 1 diabetic. That's how I react. And there are heroes out there. One is the great Dr. Richard Bernstein, 9 years old, type 1 diabetic, eventually became a medical doctor at age 44, went on to treat all kinds of type 1 and type 2 diabetics, and basically on a low-carb diet. He believed in 30 grams of carbohydrate a day, 6 for breakfast, 12 for lunch, 12 for dinner, very consistent meals, protein, fats, and very, very low carb. And just a whole new world he's opened up for me. Okay, I basically am I'm a Bernstein nomadic. Okay, I follow him. Unfortunately, he's passed away, but he was a practicing doctor right up to age 90. Finally died of pancreatic cancer. And back when he was 9 years old, his life expectancy was about 40, 45. That was it. Then he would be dead. And I have conquered so many things. They're just gone. Okay. And I've been blessed. Okay. 35 years diabetic. I should have kidneys that are shot. I should be on dialysis. Just had my blood work done, and my doctors are just amazed. Where do you get these super strong kidneys from? Okay. I don't know. Maybe I'm a genetic mistake. Okay. I really don't know. I have no issues with heart disease whatsoever. How that happened, I have no clue. Okay. I'm not going blind from diabetes. Okay. How that all happened, I don't know. Okay. I do feel blessed that God made me. I'm allergic to all statins. Okay. So I never could take them. My body rejected them the first 20 days. And maybe that was a life-saving thing. I don't know. But somebody will figure all that out in the future. But things that I never even went to the doctor for, sleep apnea, gone. High blood pressure, gone. 3 skin conditions, undiagnosed skin conditions, gone. Okay? I had joint pain. I never went to the doctor for it. It was so severe, I cried. I would be crying during the day. I have a very high pain tolerance. Gone. Okay? And if I eat 5 grams of carbohydrate, 5 grams, a quarter cup of yogurt, my blood sugar takes off like a rocket. And I can't control it. I'm insulin dependent. I cannot match those blood sugar spikes with insulin. I can't do it. But when I eat just protein and fats, I don't have any carbs in my way, I can control my blood sugar, and I'm not getting my legs cut off. I'm not going on dialysis and all the other complications that happen. I'm not doing it. Okay. And some of the biggest abuse, we're all worried about the cow or the pig or the chicken. Okay. Look how we abuse human beings in this world. Okay.
Very true.
We're feeding diabetics a high sugar diet. Okay. And okay, they didn't die of a low blood sugar and go into a coma and die of low blood sugar. But 10 years later, we cut off their legs, or they got a heart issue, whatever. Okay, that is. And if you're a type 1 diabetic and a child, happens to a lot of children, it used to be called juvenile diabetes. Kids got it, right? And you're giving them sugar, and you can't control their blood sugar. Well, you know what? That's child abuse. You might as well take that kid out, molest them, and rape them.
What? Hold on.
Well,
guys.
They got a little strong.
It's the same kind of abuse.
Oh, no, it's not. That's not gonna.
I mean, my cousin.
That's a horrible thing to say. Horrible.
I mean, my cousin's got it, and
that's a disgusting thing to say, Paul. I'm gonna mute you. I'm not gonna listen to this. I can't believe that just came out of your mouth. Wow.
I mean, my cousin. I mean, also, if y'all don't know, I just turned 20, and my cousin, he's a couple years older than me, but he had it, and the most he's had to do is eat an apple occasionally when his blood sugar goes low.
And
don't take much.
Yeah, helps bring. You talk about helps bring the blood sugar down, right?
Or brings it up when it's
brings it
low.
up. Brings it up. Yeah, like if he's hypoglycemic with low blood sugar, an apple will bring that blood sugar back up to where he needs it to be. Absolutely. Yeah. No, that's true.
I mean,
yeah. I know a lot of diabetics, type 1 diabetics, that when they have low blood sugar episodes, they got to go eat some candy or something to bring that blood sugar up. So yeah, that is true among diabetics. I wanted to just clarify. I like the comment that Paul made about our digestive tract, because we do have all these organs that work in concert that demonstrates that we're designed to eat meat. So if you actually look up on the internet, compare a human's digestive tract to that of a carnivore, they're very, very similar. And we've got organs, from, your gallbladder and your liver producing bile to break down fats. Protein is readily absorbed in the small intestine. A lot of people who eat meat, they don't produce a lot of stool because all that meat is utilized. There's almost no waste when it comes to it. Whereas if you have a diet rich in plants, you go to the bathroom all the time because a lot of that plant matter is indigestible, particularly fiber. But I just wanted to clarify that the human body is designed to process plant matter and extract energy from carbohydrates. So the human body produces amylase. Amylase, is in your saliva, starts breaking down starches. The amylase breaks down starch. Sucrase breaks down sucrose. And then there's other enzymes as well. We don't have, I think it's called cellulase. That's why we can't break down fiber, and that passes right through us. So that's pretty revealing. Is you figure the starches will come from like tubers, and the sucrose and the fructose might come from some seasonal fruits, and we've got the ability to extract energy from that, but we don't have the ability to extract it from vegetables. And that's actually like the number one thing that we're told that we're supposed to eat more of, but we actually can't digest fiber. And so it's pretty revealing. It seems, when you look at all the evidence, that the human body is designed to eat a diet of primarily meat with some plant supplementation, and you figure in throughout history, a lot of areas, especially northern areas, like where my genealogy traces back from, like German and Irish, and I've got the body hair to prove it. And then, but in those northern climates, people would, around they would hunt year round. I mean, hunting's been a tradition since time immemorial, but growing crops was always seasonal. So when you're in these northern climates, they could plant in the spring, or bees would pollinate in the spring. You would harvest in August or September, and then until we developed ways to store this stuff, once that stuff was rotten and off the trees and consumed, then you were stuck to eating nothing but meat again until the next growth season, when the warm weather returned the following year. And that kind of ratio of meat to plant is still kind of what benefits humans today. So the only thing that's changed is now we have a society where you can grow things year round in warmer climates and ship them all over the world. But humans weren't actually eating that way prior to like the last century. So that's when we talk about ancestral eating, that's what we're talking about is, humans were hunter gatherers, more often hunters than they were gatherers, because of the changing of the seasons. And then you still have pockets of people today that are isolated from the rest of civilization, in Africa, or like the Inuit up by the North Pole, that live in igloos, and they up there, they hardly eat any vegetation at all because they can't grow any. So they're actually living year round on meat products, and they're actually healthy. They don't have the same rates of chronic disease like Americans have. That's why we refer to it as a standard American diet or standard Western diet, because we know it's bad, and everybody who eats this way around here seems to be sick or have issues. So
yeah.
So hope that helps, but like we say, the whole argument about factory farming and animal abuse, I mean, we get it. We're on the same page. We hate to see it too.
Now, I have. I've been considering going on a pescatarian diet for a while now, which is essentially for health reasons, which is essentially veganism, but you eat eggs, seafood, and stuff like that, just mainly
Mhm.
for like health
Nothing
reasons.
wrong with
But
that.
you
Yeah,
you
that'd
say,
probably serve
you
you well.
say you do say that going on this diet that you're on can help with mental health issues, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm more interested in that because I suffer with severe depression, gender identity issues,
Mhm.
anxiety, a lot of mental health problems. So if going on that could help with that. I find that interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of good studies on that are going on right now following that. Bob posted up several links to those studies showing that well, let me put it this way: your brain is made up of 60% fat, and
Hmm.
what we eat is a high fat diet, natural animal fats. And so we're feeding that brain by doing this. And early man had larger brains than we do now. Ever since man developed agriculture, our brains have been shrinking ever since because of it. And so, yeah, you want to feed that brain. You want to feed it animal fats, and that's why we're seeing so many people in our community, hundreds and thousands of us, that are overcoming depression. They're overcoming schizophrenia. They're overcoming anxiety issues. It's because they're feeding their brain properly for the first time in their lives. It's a real eye opener for them.
Wonder
I
if
could
that'll
post.
help with gender identity issues.
That I don't know about.
It's a possibility.
It's a
I
it's a possibility.
Yeah.
I would think that it's a very good possibility, and if you want, I can I'm trying to bring up my history. I can bring these links up and post them in the chat again. That way, you don't have to go hunting for them if you like to read.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so let me bring these up
And
again. And
I
then
guess if it
there's
helps,
also a book recommendation I would like to
sorry.
give you too. A couple book recommendations we mentioned earlier. If you do,
I'll check them out.
they're heavy.
Uh,
They're heavy reading. I listen to them on audio, and
Mhm.
but they can be heavy listening too. So like they're very detailed, very scientific, lots of studies.
I'll
And
definitely I'll definitely check them out. And if it helps, I guess technically, like my brain isn't fully developed yet, or because I only recently turned 20
right. Yeah,
about
yeah.
a
No,
month
I think
ago.
you got still got some development ahead of you yet.
Well, and I'm impressed that at 20 you're looking into this. You're looking at dietary changes, one way or the other, to see if you can't get help, and that's rare among young people today because most young people are so hooked on sugar and carbohydrates, and junk food. They don't think nothing about it. So kudos to you for wanting to do something healthy for yourself. I think that's a great step forward for you.
So
And
here's
now, one of our commenters on here, Steadfast, said, look into Georgia Eade and Dr. Chris Palmer. Those
All
two,
right.
Georgia Eade wrote a book, Change Your Food, Change Your Mind, or something like that. Chris Palmer, I'm not too familiar with, but check out Georgia Eade and Chris Palmer. Those are probably two very good suggestions for you.
Yeah, so I just posted 3 links to 3 different studies. And then here's a link to the Change Your Diet, Change Your Mind book on Amazon. And then here's a link to Brain Energy on Amazon. And I haven't read the Change Your Diet, Change Your Mind, and that's a big link.
And Brad Biscuit brings up a good point. He's saying my testosterone went from 34 to 698 under carnivore. And I think that is a big factor in today with men. You've heard the term soy boys. Well, it's not a put down as much as it is a description of what people are eating and what it's doing to their bodies. Because almost everything you have today, as far as any kind of fast food, oils, highly processed foods, you look at the ingredients and they'll have soy products in them. And soy is very well known for raising the estrogen levels in men. And it tends to make them, the more estrogen they have, the more effeminate they tend to be. And then you add that to a society that's being raised mostly by women, because of divorce and whatnot, it doesn't lend well to the mental health of the American male. And so by eating the way we eat, we raise our testosterone levels. And so that might help if you have higher testosterone, that could help to be less effeminate. Don't know if that's your issue, but I'm just saying it does raise testosterone eating the way we eat.
Well, I mean, I've grown up on a farm, so I'm not really. I don't necessarily eat a lot of that processed stuff that has soy and stuff in it, which
Okay, that's good.
I feel like more suffering with gender identity issues is more of like incongruent, more like something, an issue with the brain gland or something like that.
So, there's differing opinions on it, and it's kind of can become a touchy subject. But I think it could be multifaceted. So, can some of it spring from mental health? I do think it's a mental health issue. Can changing your diet improve your mental health and therefore help you with your gender identity issues? I think it could, but I think there could be other factors too. So there's, not all mental health issues spring from diet. Some of it springs from trauma, bad experiences, the influence of peers. And when I say the influence of peers, it could also be the content that you choose to subject yourself to on the internet or on YouTube and whatnot. So I think it's a complex issue. I don't think there's an easy answer for it.
Well,
but I do think that one would fare better trying to work on your mind so that you accept the body that you were given and not try and change your body to align with what you got going on in your mind. I think you go the other way, I think it's better.
Well, I mean, there's a large overlap with that and having autism, which I do have, but I don't know if it's necessarily like trauma or anything like that, as I've essentially been dealing with this my whole life. But every time I really look into something and like actually trying to find out, like, okay, what's the way to deal with this? Well, the religious people tell you, well, just don't think about it, pray about it. Praying about it didn't really work. Well, I go to the people who claim to be the experts on it, and they tell me to, get on hormones, start going out cross-dressing in public, which, I mean, while it may make me feel better, that doesn't fix the problem.
Okay, I'd like to comment. Bride's Biscuit made another excellent post. He says, I believe there are treatment protocols using testosterone to treat some gender dysphoria. Please look into this.
I will. That is the only helpful thing I've had for, like, I don't know, ever, I guess. I'll look into that.
Yeah, and I think what also sounds good is it sounds like you want to try and resolve this, and it sounds like you're leaning towards trying to accept yourself for who you are, and you recognize that this is a dysphoria, and so you're focusing on trying to address that, as far as and I think that's good that you're taking a step back and being open-minded about it, not just going along with the here, have some hormones and cross-dress, so yeah, I think that's
I recognize that as a mental health issue instead of everyone I've spoken on with the subject is either like someone who will tell me just try to ignore it and pray about it, or do all that. And I'm necessarily looking for a way to be normal, essentially.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
okay, as a Christian, and I'm not trying to push the
I'm
gospel
Christian
on you
too.
or anything like that, but as a Christian, I don't believe God makes mistakes, but I do believe God can give us burdens. I do believe that we all have our crosses to bear, so to speak. And I can't even imagine what you're going through. I just know the issues that I've had in my life, and I know that my faith has seen me through nearly every situation I've been in. And I would hope and pray that you find the help, the relief, the answers that you need. And I will definitely put you on my prayer list if you don't mind.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then I would also just add maybe a slightly different perspective to it. Is I do know individuals who their love for the Bible and their love for God is the most important thing in their life, and they still struggle with either gender identity issues, or they might struggle with same-sex attraction, but they don't act on it because pleasing their heavenly Father is more important to them, and they look forward to a day when that issue will be resolved in the future, and I think I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I mean, because these are people I talk to, they're friends of mine in the same faith that have these struggles, and but it is something that they struggle with, and go ahead.
Someone did put in the comments to be open to engaging in mental health treatment. That helped me go through a lot. Well, the thing is, I tried going to a therapist about it, but the therapist told me that essentially, the only way to fix this would to be what I told you, getting on, all that medicine and stuff like that, and so.
Yeah.
And I tried several different therapists, and they all told me the same thing, that this is just a normal thing to deal with, or it's.
Well, I think that's
that's
the trend right now.
Mm-hmm.
We live in a society that's kind of embracing, telling everyone to embrace that, and like I said, I know several individuals who have chosen not to embrace it, and it's similar to, okay, like I was born with a predisposition towards opposite sex attraction, heterosexual attraction, but that doesn't mean that I have to act on those impulses. A lot of people, they have heterosexual opposite sex attraction, and they choose not to date, they choose not to get married, and they focus on their careers, or they focus on being single. And the only reason I bring that up is because the people that I'm talking about who exist in my Christian congregation, who still struggle with these tendencies, they're I'm sorry, it's 11:47, so I'm tired. It'll come back to me in a moment. So I had something the line I was trying to deliver, and it's escaped me. But anyway, they
think about something else real quick and then go back to it. That usually helps.
Yeah. Let me try recapping though. So yeah, oh, okay, I remember it is. So you don't have to be a slave to your imperfections. You don't have to be a slave to your desires, or as as a Christian might say, you don't have to be a slave to sin, and that's what these people have decided to do, is like, they have these desires, they acknowledge them, they still struggle with them, but they're not practicing, they're not acting on it, it's something that just it enters their mind from time to time, and they try and push it out when it happens. All that translates into is they've chosen, they know the way, they know what they are, but they've chosen not to be a slave to their desires. They've chosen not to give into it. And so I don't know how religious you are, and but if you are, because you said you've tried praying, I would say I think it's good to go down that route of Bible study and prayer, and that becomes the dominant factor. In a very similar way, I quit smoking for religious reasons, and usually people don't understand that, but when I smoked, I didn't want to smoke. I actually loved smoking. But then when I became religious, I read passages that said I had to quit smoking. I didn't want to, but I wanted to bring my life in harmony with what I read more than I wanted to keep smoking. So that was my motivation to quit. So if you are a religious person, I would say definitely, dig into the spiritual route. And then, but I also think that you sound like a rational person. And I would say also look at these studies and try a whole foods, single ingredient, whole foods diet. A pescatarian to start, I think would be a great start. You got your fish and your eggs. You're gonna get, especially fatty fish like salmon and trout. They're going to be high in omega-3s. And eggs are going to be a nice source of essential fats and great nutrition from the yolks and everything. And I would say, start there, and you gradually, I think, incorporate some more red meat. And I think the first thing you should eliminate is the processed food, especially in the forms of refined sugar and grains. And just try and eat all natural. And then if you notice any improvements there, and don't just think alone in terms of gender dysphoria, but think of your overall health and your energy level and your brain fog. If you're feeling some benefits, then try modifying it even more. Increase the fatty meat and start decreasing the amount of vegetables, and do that gradually, maybe over the course of a couple months, until you're mostly carnivore or entirely carnivore, and see how it benefits you. We usually recommend someone try, wean themselves onto a carnivore diet and then stick to it for 90 days to allow your body to heal and to notice some improvements, especially at 20, because at 20, aside from the issues you've brought out, you're probably most 20-year-olds are pretty healthy, so you don't have the ulcerative colitis, and the diabetes, and at least I don't think so. When I was 20, nothing could upset me. I could go out, I could eat fast food, I could eat ramen noodles, I could go out drinking every night, come home, sleep it off, get up, go to work. I mean, it was like I was invincible. I wasn't invincible. I was 20, and so, but just pay close attention and document, any improvements that you feel like you're experiencing, and keep a record of them and reflect on them, because that might motivate you to, get a little more strict, try a little harder if you're seeing good results. So that I think, and if you want to start with pescatarian, I think that's completely fine. So, but don't go a bunch of, lean. I think if you go a bunch of lean meat, lean fish, make sure you're using some butter. Make sure you're eating fatty fish, because the fatty fish has got the omega-3s. Omega-3 fats are so good for you, so good for your brain, and you're not going to get them with the lean, and you don't get them with plants. That's another reason why the human body is, by design, we have to eat meat. It's by design, because you won't get. There's a lot of things that you get in meat that you can't get from plants. And a good source of omega-3 in the form of DHA and EPA is one of them. There is an omega-3 in like flaxseed that's in the plant form, but the body can convert a tiny little amount. It's a rigorous process into DHA, the usable form. but it's a difficult process, and most of the plant, I think it's called ADA. I think most of the plant omega-3 ends up getting discarded in your stool, so, and that's true with a lot of that. You can derive vitamins and minerals from plants, but there's anti-nutrients in plants that block the absorption of it. And there's also a lot of the nutrients the body has to try to convert into the animal equivalent form so it can use it. And the body doesn't do that very well. Beta carotene is like another one, the beta carotene, like in carrots, supposedly is a good source of vitamin A, improve your eyesight or whatever. But the conversion of beta carotene to retinol, which is the human or animal form of vitamin A, it's an arduous process, and most of that beta carotene just goes out your stool, and you only convert a very little bit of it. But if you eat meat products rich in retinol, you absorb all that vitamin A because it's already in a form that your body can utilize. So that's why we say meat is required. Plants might be desired, but meat is required. And I don't see the harm in having both. I don't think you have to jump into a carnivore diet. Some people prefer to jump into a carnivore diet, and some people have their most success on a strict carnivore diet. Other people can, tolerate a certain amount of carbs and some, keto or fruit or whatever. The proper human diet, as we call it, is a spectrum. We usually say between, zero carb carnivore on one end, up to 100 grams of carbs on the other end of single ingredient whole foods. And where you are going to function best on that spectrum is entirely, you have to determine that for yourself, because for everybody it's different. So I don't believe everyone has to be a carnivore. I don't. So
is there a certain way you prefer, like, since you're only eating meat, is there like a specific way you would prefer it, like for health reasons? Because like I understand there's a lot of stuff unhealthy with fried food and stuff like that. So
yeah, so I don't eat a lot of fried food. I did have chicken wings tonight. If you catch the beginning, and so because I was eating that at the beginning of the broadcast, and those were probably fried in seed oils. And we usually discourage food and fried food. We discourage the consumption of seed oils. And I only have them once in a blue moon. And then, so, as far as preparing meat, I cook fish and chicken thoroughly. I like most things, grilled or seared. And then, there's other ways to cook things. A lot of air fryers are really popular among many people in the chat. I know people that boil their meat. So when you adopt a whole foods way of eating, you will become a excellent cook. Because you can't go down and just like grab fast food or grab something in a wrapper, open up the wrapper and eat it. Because you have to either eat something that's raw, or you have to prepare it. So and actually I think learning to prepare different things actually becomes very fun. So
yeah, don't be afraid of animal fats. Use animal fats more than anything. If you got to be limited on animal fats, use fruit oils. Just stay away from seed oils. And basically you want to eat whole foods. You want to eat your meats. You can cook your meat any way you want to cook it. I smoke my meats a lot. I smoke a lot of meats. I'll pan fry them in a cast iron skillet, whatever. But like with what you're thinking about doing, you want to stick with whole foods. Basically, if God made it, you can eat it. If man made it, leave it alone. If it's more than one ingredient in the list, don't touch it.
Here's a couple comments that are actually worthwhile considering. Ingrid here says plants can cause inflammation of the brain and body. So that's another reason why a lot of us choose carnivore as an elimination diet, even if we return to plants later. But by eliminating, all plants have self-defense chemicals. because they don't have fangs, they don't have claws, they can't run away. So they produce chemicals to deter predation, mostly from insects, but from other animals as well. And so normally we can tolerate a small amount of them. But if you eat them all the time, then those can build up, and that leads to arthritis and other chronic diseases. And then some people are super sensitive, where even a small amount is going to cause inflammation and throw their system out of whack. And so, I could be that person, you could be that person. So that's why we often recommend to try and get to the point where you're pure carnivore and just try and stick with it for 90 days. And then after that, if you want to start adding things back, try adding one thing back at a time, like every couple of weeks, and see how your body reacts. You'll know if your body is like, hey, this was a bad idea. And that's the primary use of a carnivore diet, is that elimination diet. Some people, they feel so good, they never want to add anything back. But other people, they want to start adding things back.
I want to
Let's
know.
see.
Sorry.
Go ahead. I'm just looking for another comment to put up.
I would like to know y'all's opinion on using lard instead of butter, because I've started doing that.
I think that's fine. Like bacon grease.
Lard, tallow, bacon grease, any of those are excellent. There's nothing wrong with them at all.
I've been using.
Sometimes even better if someone has a problem with dairy, because butter is dairy based. But usually even someone with a dairy issue, if they finds butter or ghee pretty benign. So, but yeah, it would be fine.
I've been using it as a substitute for butter when I've been cooking.
That's a great idea.
Let's see here.
Yeah, I personally, I make my own tallow. Like I said, I raise my own animals, and whenever I butcher a steer, I keep all the fats off of it, and I make my own tallow. That's pretty much all we use.
Here's another good comment. Find a keto carnivore community. There are quite a few good ones. Kilt's Mighty Tribe is free to join, and that's true. It's fairly busy, for a free site. We have Carnivore Talk, a little smaller scale. I'm trying to think of the free ones. There's carnivore groups on Reddit, as well as keto and animal-based groups, that would be good. Those are free. And then there's other groups that, that will cost you like a monthly fee or something. But, that and, videos by Dr. Barry, Dr. Kiltz, Dr. Shafee, Dr. Baker. I would even throw Dr. Siwas in there. I think those are all good doctors to watch as far as, keto carnivore information goes. But yeah, a community would be good, because then you get support, just like this, but in written form. So, and then the other ones have live streams too. So this is a good point too. Neurological damage can take a long time to recover. So yeah, that's why I said chart your progress over at least 90 days, at least 90 days, and then, certain things will take longer to heal. So
I'm not sure if it's if it's neurological damage, because I've kind of always had it. I think it's more of like, I guess a defect, or I don't know about deformity, but I guess like a brain defect
or chemical, so, and again, diet can kind of come into play when it comes to, the chemicals affecting your mind. So yeah, those sources though, I think are good starts. So read those studies, read and check out those books.
I have seen essentially. Sorry.
That's okay.
I have seen.
Those things will show you the proof and the evidence, and they will give you hope to keep going. That what you want is that motivation.
I have seen some studies showing essentially people with or looking at the brains of people who suffer with gender identity issues, and seeing that like there's something different than with biological men or biological women's brains. So I think it's more of like a genetic brain issue kind of thing, instead of a neurological neurological effect.
And I'm not going to dismiss that by any means whatsoever. So like, I know a lot of like a lot of, a lot of people say in the LGBT community will say, I was born that way. And then people in the Christian community will say, no, you were not, and they'll be very staunch in their stance. And I think there's certainly the possibility that you could be born with a predisposition to feeling that way, because it happens all the time in other scenarios. The children of an alcoholic could be born with a predisposition to alcoholism. The children of a drug user will be born, they've got drug addiction as soon as they're born because their parents were doing it while they were in utero. So being born predisposed to certain feelings or situations is a very, very real possibility. So can some people be born with a predisposition to gender dysphoria or a predisposition to same-sex attraction? I don't see why not, because people can be born with predispositions to other things too.
I've seen brain scans. Gosh, way back in I think the 80s. I used to subscribe to National Geographic, and they had an whole article on that very thing, showing the different brains of different people and how there was a difference in their scans between, and I want to say they were looking at homosexual versus heterosexual, and there was a marked difference between the brains.
So yeah, there could be, now, the argument is like, just because you might have been born with a predisposition, does that mean God created you that way? No, you weren't a direct creation. You were the, brought together of a sperm and an egg by your parents, and you've inherited either genetics from both parents, or you've inherited an imperfection. Christians will call that sin, but it could also be that predisposition. It could be a handicap. I mean, some people are born and they got no hands, so, doesn't mean that the creator designed them that way. It just, it's unfortunately, that's just the way it is in this fallen world that we live in. So you can't blame God for that, for something that just happened through natural means, And so, yeah, I mean, anything else you want to ask? I mean, I hope we've been helpful, and I'm glad you didn't come in to argue, So, it sounds like you had some honest questions, and I hope we gave you some satisfying answers.
Whenever I come into these live streams like this, I'm more specifically looking to have a discussion with people. Okay. But I guess one thing I would like to ask is, I've seen some people talk about how they're, on a carnivore diet specifically, and how they drink raw milk. Is that something y'all do? And if so, why do you do it?
So some carnivores, they do. I'm not a big milk drinker. I have drank raw milk before. If it's produced from a trustworthy source, I think it's perfectly fine. People were drinking raw milk for thousands of years. Pasteurization is more of a recent phenomenon. Some people, they think that the pasteurization process destroys some of the nutritional content of the milk, and maybe it does. I don't think it does much to it personally, and I don't see anything wrong with drinking pasteurized milk. Is it going to be safer than raw milk? I mean, statistically, yes, but I think if you get raw milk from a good source, it's going to be just as safe. So the amount of people that actually get sick from raw milk annually is very, very, very slim. So it's not the health issue that it was, say, I can't remember what decade in the 1900s it was when the governments made it mandatory, but you had the Industrial Revolution, and then milk production went from, instead of just your local farm, now you had these companies mass producing it, using those animals in those living conditions that we both despise. They're dirty, and so the milk was tainted with bacteria, and people were getting sick. And so what was the solution? Heat it up, kill the bacteria, and then put it on the store shelves. And they call that pasteurization. And at the time, it made sense. And it makes sense in that kind of industrial setting where you have cows being raised and milked in dirty environments. But that's not the case with your local Amish guy or your local farm. Those dirty conditions came as a result of greed and big business and the commercial revolution of the 1900s. But before all that, people drank raw milk all the time, and they never had any problems with it.
Yeah, me personally, I don't drink milk just simply because I don't believe I need to drink milk. It doesn't add any nutrition to my body that I'm not getting from my meats. And I fall more into the category, like Dr. Chafee says, I'm an adult. Milk is for children because its one purpose, its one design is to grow the body, to grow it fast. I don't need to grow. I needed less growth in my body. And I just don't see a need for drinking it. Now, with that being said, I will use cream occasionally in some recipes. And I do consume cheese and yogurt. And I would prefer to eat raw milk cheese and raw cream yogurt rather than the pasteurized, just because I think it's closer to what is natural for us to eat.
Yeah.
But that's just my opinion. I don't know if there's any health benefits from it. Now, I know a lot of people go to it because they cannot handle some dairy. Some people, pasteurized dairy affects them, whether it's lactose intolerance or what, I'm not sure. But there's others who, when they drink raw milk, they don't have the same issues they do with pasteurized milk. So for them, it's more of a physical thing. They have some anomaly that they can't drink the pasteurized stuff.
Mm-hmm. All right.
All right. Okay. Well, if we've answered your questions, then I think I'm going to wrap this up. We usually end at 11, and so I'm ready
we're way over time.
Oh, it's 11 o'clock for me. But
okay. All right. Very good. Yeah, I got 12:11 here. Yeah. Anything else? We'll keep answering questions if you got some, but if not,
I'm gonna go. But I hope all of y'all have a great night.
Okay. You too. And dude, thanks for coming on. Really, seriously, this has been a great conversation, and we've really enjoyed talking to you.
Thank you. All right.
Yeah, and we'll be back here next Monday, and then you can reach out to some of us over on carnivoretalk.com. There's also a contact form in the link in the show notes if you had any further questions and you wanted to write, we'll get to them as soon as we can. Either that or we'll see everybody back next Monday. So have a good night. Wasteland Games.
Hope you have a great night. Good night.
Right.
Take care.
Good night.
All right, everybody in the chat.
You can unmute Paul now.
Oh, yeah.
You've kept him in timeout long enough.
All right, welcome back, Paul.
That's all right. It's just, there's just.
I know you were pretty passionate about it, but I can't compare things to, well, you might as well just rape these little kids. I can't do it.
I don't disagree.
Okay, Grant, it was not a good thing to compare it to. Okay, I apologize. All right, I'm sorry.
I feel your passion for it. I really do. I understand where you're coming from, especially with your health issues. But the thing is, that stuff can get this channel canceled.
I understand. I said I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, we have to be careful about that.
I apologize. I'm sorry.
Apology accepted.
It won't happen again.
All right. Very good. But we do appreciate you being on the panel. Yeah. In fact, when we make our thumbnails, we should get a nice picture of Paul and start putting him on the thumbnails with us.
Yeah.
That's what we should do.
He's here every week.
He's every week. So you should be part of the cast. So, All right, very good. Everyone who was in the chat, thank you for being with us. We still got 26 watching, one on Facebook, one on Twitter-ish X thing, and 21 here on YouTube. So amazing. You guys have stuck around even to a quarter after midnight. So it's been our longest one for a while. But anyway, it was great. Thanks, Jeff. Thanks, Paul, for joining us on the screen. We had a good subject tonight. Yes, a carnivore diet can certainly benefit one's mental health. But we have to put a little caveat there. You know, it doesn't mean it's going to fix everything for everyone. You know, we never want to make that promise, but a lot of people have definitely experienced benefits. And so is it worth a try? Absolutely. Of course it is. Thanks to everyone who's hanging out in the chat. You keep this exciting for us and give us lots of content to talk about. All right. Very good. So that's it. We'll see you next Monday with another topic and some more casual fun. In the meantime, have a great week. We'll see you over in Kilt's Mighty Tribe or over on Carnivore Talk or other of the communities that we're in. But it's been a pleasure. So we love you. Have a good night.
Good night, y'all.
Clicking the end stream button right now.